Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Let's see. Get those up, and then we'll see who's here. Oh, man. I better keep that one to myself. All right. Let me see who was here first. MJB, thank you so much for being here first. Judy Matassid, Rochelle Baldreau, Lydia Washington, Lorna Williams, Fancy Fancy, Black Queen, Carol Lunn, Lady Bird, Lottie, Cherry Hill, um, or is that Sherry Hill? Cherry. MJB, I think I said that right. Um, Paula Girl, Lorna Williams, Rhonda Bryant, and Joya Moore. Okay, Bunny Rose, Lady Bird, Gwendolyn Daniels. Okay, and a host of friends and others. Thank you. Hey, Carmelita, Church Nelly. Okay. All right. Oh, there it is. It is here. Okay, very cool. All right, so Harry and Meghan, the Jamaican press, King Charles in, Kate out, um, and Camilla is at it again. All right, so, and of course, that little phrase that I love so much. First, they changed the royal family. Now they are changing the world. Yeah, now they are changing the world. So, what a difference a visit to Jamaica makes. That's cool. I should have put that at the top. What a difference a trip to Jamaica makes. You have the Sussexes warmly greeted by the president and first lady of Jamaica. And of course, you have the Cambridges, now the Welleses, with their very formal, stuffy visit. And of course, it wouldn't be complete if Kate wasn't wearing her favorite white power suit. So, make that make sense. Let us continue here. And here's another photo of Queen Rita Marley being greeted by the People's Prince, Prince Harry. Well, the one on the right side, I shared that with you already, but here on the left side, you can see Harry greeting her, holding her hand, and also there is other members of the family or entourage that he's speaking to. Very sweet moment. I mean, you wouldn't know that that was a prince of the realm, well, unless he was uh, giving someone a proposal, but he's already married, so it couldn't be that. But it just shows his humility that he lowers himself beneath Rita Marley. That is definitely a sign of respect. Something that no one ever had to teach him to do. It's just what's inside of him. Um, she has the love and affection of so many people. And what a better way to demonstrate that than to go and be near her like that on that occasion. And all the British tabloid media can think of this moment, not this exact moment, but them visiting and being in that theater is, they're not seated up front. They're not seated up front. Well, I tell you what, if I ever have the pleasure of seeing a movie with anyone in this conversation right now, don't try to take me up to the front of the theater. That is way too close. I wouldn't want to sit up there anyway. Put me a few rows back in the center, which it appeared they were in a center seat, which I think was an ideal place to be. That way you can really enjoy the movie. You tell them, Church Nelly, thumbs up, please. Get those thumbs up. Get those thumbs up. Historically, January is not the soundest time of year on YouTube. I think there's a drop in the ad revenue at that point. So the thumbs up will definitely help drive the engagement. So I really do appreciate that. So thumbs up, please, so that the advertisers will be able to find Royal Sussex or at least share with other people so that they can, you know what I mean. But yeah, so thumbs up, please. It definitely helps the channel. And right here, you can see the Gleaner, which is 1834 they've been around. Wow, that's a very old paper. So, Jacan, academic, okay, I think that means Jamaican. Jacon, academic, academics rather, dismiss criticism of Harry's visit. Of course they should. They do and they should. So Prince Harry and Meghan, and of course there's Olivia Grand. Is that right? In the center, Grange, in the center, and of course she's the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, and of course the Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his wife, Speaker of the House Juliet Holness. That's right, she is a Speaker of the House. I almost forgot about that. And they're at the premiere of the Bob Marley biopic, Bob Marley One Love, at the Carib 5 in Kingston on Tuesday evening. Wow, that was already a few nights ago, right? Wow. It seems like it was just day before yesterday, but it kind of almost was. But okay, criticism of the British media of Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle, hobnobbing with the Jamaica's Prime Minister Eric Holness on Tuesday are absolutely ridiculous. One local cultural expert has opined the exiled Duke and Duchess, exiled, well, I guess it is kind of true, isn't it? The exiled Duke and Duchess of Sussex shared Lynn's time with Holness, members of his administration, as well as local and international celebrities during the global premiere of the film Bob Marley One Love in Jamaican's capital, rather. The backlash in the British media was swift, with the Mail Online labeling Harry as insensitive for posing with Jamaica's anti-royalist prime minister, which is a lie. He is not anti-royalist. He is just pro-Jamaica. He wants to, well, let me stop. I'm going to finish this. The anti-royalist label was a reference to Holness' message to Harry's brother, Prince William, let's see, during the 2022 tour of the Caribbean that lost half of the Commonwealth, that Jamaica is moving on from its current system of government, with the king as head of state, replacing it as a republic system of government. Another British commentator described Harry and Meghan's visit to Jamaica as tone deaf. Oh, really? Coming the very week King Charles was hospitalized with an undisclosed illness. Well, we know that they said it was his prostate. And given the stated intentions of Holness's administration. So, yeah, that is what the Gleaner was sharing about it. And just, stating the fact that, yes, they were invited here. It was for a movie premiere. And then they were attacked by the British media. Now, on a different note, there is the Guardian. So the Guardian felt a little differently about things. Harry and Meghan in Jamaica are soft-powered dynamite. Britain is left with kryptonite. William and Kate, that is according to Nels Abbey. Popular Nigerian adage says, The cow never knows the value of its tail until it's chopped off. In many tragic ways, this speaks to today's Britain, from EU membership to competent leadership to its low inflation. It seems necessary for Britain to lose things to appreciate their importance. This week, look at Prince Harry and Meghan being feted in Jamaica, see the soft power skills they carry with them, and think about that Nigerian adage. In much of the British media, Harry and Meghan are all year pantovilans, pantovilans, um, but around the world, they could not be more loved, often for the very reason they are despised in the British media. They are the soft power we could have enjoyed with the increasingly dominant, increasingly self confident non white world, especially the Commonwealth. It's not just that they are royals. Prince William and Kate headed to No Problem Jamaica in 2022 and encountered problems aplenty. As their PR fiasco unfolded, they were derided for shaking hands with Jamaican children through wire fences and for motoring Viceroy style. Motoring Viceroy style, I love that, through crowded streets in a fancy Land Rover at the Nightmare in Jamaica, basically handed Britain is P45, informing the royals of its intention to be a republic, to move on. We're moving on. That's what Andrew Holden has said. We're moving on. And Britain understood Harry's value and soft power in 2012. So what changed? Answer: Harry fell in love with and married a black woman that could have been a boon for this country here and abroad. Instead, it's a might have been, and what might have been to our reputational benefit is what has been happening in Jamaica. The UK headlines and sour grapes tell you one thing: we messed up, and we know it. Meghan was and remains soft power dynamite, and as we have now, it is soft power kryptonite for Wills and Kate and the Windsors, firm and spurned her. Still, that's us. We never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here it is. There it is. He said what he said. We never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. So, and of course, as they said, royal glamour in Kingston as Duke and Duchess of Sussex attend One Love premiere. And that's what it was. It was royal glamour. It was soft power. It was, their presence, their engagement with people. I mean, they brought a lot of light. They brought a lot of uh, compassion with them. It was just like an icing on the cake. Yes, the cake is delicious, but you put that icing on it, and it just made the evening that much more special. I mean, just remember, people were really upset about the street closures and such. And then all of a sudden, it was just like, oh, Harry and Meghan is here. It's all right. No problem. So, let me see here. Hey, VS. Uh, so glad to hear other media speak truth to the BS that family and their mouthpieces, the media, have been doing. Yeah, they have been, um, they have been dreadful. They have been horrifically dreadful and evil and mean spirited. It's like a bunch of bullies, like a bunch of schoolyard bullies grew up and became journalists. And, it's like a feeding frenzy. It's like looking at piranhas. You throw the carcass in the water, and the piranhas are just one bite after the other. The only thing is, Harry and Meghan are very much alive, and piranhas, they hardly ever go near anything that's alive. But once they smell the rot, once they smell that rot, they go in for it. So they're like scavengers, I guess. And yeah, and that is how the British tabloid media, not even just the tabloid media, the British media in general, that is how they operate. It's really too bad because, like I said the other day, um, after seeing the movie To Sew with Love and so many other things that really drew me to the idea of, oh, I got to go to Britain one of these days. And, with all the flaws in the United States government and such, with the way that the two-party system has really pitted one side against the other, sometimes one side of the family against the other. There's so much uh, division nowadays here in the U.S., and it seems like we can't even agree to cross the street together without some kind of conflict. And so I always expected better from Britain. I always expected better from the home of the English language and such. And well, when you see it up close, it's still very special. But if you look at it through the lens of the media, then it's like a lot of dog whistles and some very obvious racist comments and such. And it's like, wow, I didn't stray too far from home, did I? But fortunately, when you're visiting, you don't really focus on that stuff. And if it wasn't for this campaign against the Sussexes, I don't know if I would have paid it any attention. I didn't know that the right wing was such a thing in the UK. I thought that was something that was the reserve of, the US politics, is having such a malicious right wing. But now I know better. It's on both sides of the Atlantic, and that really is a shame because there's a lot of good, hard-working class people out there that are not affiliated with any of that right-wing stuff. But sadly, there's enough of them that are, that it seems to drown out decent folk, and that's the problem. That minority that is so charged with hatred for others and anything that's different, they tend to spoil it for everyone else. So gotta try to rise above that, right? We have to try to sail above that and try to inform and engage and replace that darkness with light, right? So right there, you can see. Uh, Let me see. Okay, can't see that top corner. Oh yeah, Jamaica Live. Now I don't know if that is. I guess it's a television show. Is that like a morning show or something like that? But anyway, Jamaica Live tweeted British tabloid press has a history of targeting royal family members who are seen as controversial, such as Princess Diana, and they have continued this pattern with Meghan and Harry. However, to an unprecedented level, tabloids have deliberately manipulated the public. Oh, that cuts off there, doesn't it? But yeah, the public something. Um, oh boy, and I don't think I could find that if I wanted to. I'm kind of curious. What does the rest of it say? But yeah, they have manipulated the public's point of view or whatever it said, and that's true. They tend to. What does that always say? I pulled on a thread, and excuse me. Um, but yeah, as so often happens, they twist things. They manipulate the facts, and they could turn some very simple, um, you know, kind words or gestures. Oh, there it is right there. Oh, it's a much longer thing. I didn't realize that. Okay, so the tabloids have deliberately manipulated the public discourse surrounding the couple to make it increasingly toxic and hateful. I found it. This hateful campaign landed on the doorstep of Jamaica. Jamaica's journey toward becoming a republic is rooted in a desire for its absolute self governance, free from the vestiges of external control. Andrew Holness' political trajectory, focusing on the transition from Jamaica, a constitutional monarchy, to a republic, underscores a democratic urge to refine Jamaica's head of state as a true reflection of its independent status. The characterization of this moment as anti monarchy denies legitimate and democratically supported aspirations of the sovereign people of Jamaica to take full control of their political destiny. Wow, that was beautifully written. Huh, I like that. That was beautiful. Um, I'm going to try to make sure I put that in the community tab. Well done, well done, well said, you. That's all they're saying is we just don't want to be a part of that system. We don't want Charles as head of state. We're going to go in on our own, and yeah, and we'll be fine. We don't need you anymore. Hello, Daphne. What is that? Lemasonry. Okay. Francine Mosley. Oh, that's for someone else. I'm sorry. Okay. Patricia Ann Franklin, thank you for being here. All right. So this 1940s I found it. I found it. Andrew Pierce, a man who looks like a slowly decaying ventriloquist dummy from the 1940s. Now, whoever said that, I mean, they really hit the nail on the head. They really hit the nail on the head. That is brilliant. Andrew Pierce, a man who looks like a slowly decaying ventriloquist dummy from the 1940s. They get a bell for that one. They definitely get a bell for that one. Um, I don't think I've ever heard anything that was so accurate in my life. Now, unfortunately, I do have a sound bite of this character, and you can hear his words are dripping with disdain and discontent because of Harry and Meghan's visit to Jamaica. So stand by, and I will play that for you. A slowly decaying ventriloquist dummy from the 1940s. Woo! I love it. I love it.
There they are in Jamaica, which is a country that is bordering on republicanism. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has made it absolutely clear he wants nothing more to do with the monarchy. He thinks it's past its sell-by date. So in the very week the King is going into hospital, we don't know how serious it is. We think it's terrific. He's talking about his condition, prostate, and he's having prostate issues. His own son, who hasn't found time yet, Sarah, to say, I'm really sorry that Dad's not feeling so good and sending my best wishes. I mean, I don't think that's happened privately, because it had. Harry would have leaked it, without a doubt, or she'd have leaked it. He's there consorting and hobnobbing with one of the most overtly Republican prime ministers in the Caribbean. Somebody who also, I understand, wants to break up the Commonwealth, which was so precious to the Queen. Yeah. And Charles wanted Harry and Meghan, because she's a woman of colour, because we always hear about that, to be key parts of the ambassadorial role to promote the Commonwealth. And here he is now consorting the weakest fathers going to hospital with people who want to destroy it. I can't believe it.
I mean, I think they are deliberately trolling the royal family. This is obviously what they're doing.
Okay, so.
But there they are in Jamaica, which is a country that is bordering on republicanism. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has made it absolute.
All right, so enough of that. That other voice that you heard was, well, I could show you better than I could tell you who that other voice was. It was the ventriloquist dummy from the 1940s. Oh man. And Sarah Vine. Sarah Vine. That was the other voice that you heard. Sarah Vine, that chimed in at the end. But yeah, you can hear the stress. It was quite revealing. Not about how they felt about, but take a look at those screenshots. That is from the actual conversation that was had. You can see the wide-eyed fear of losing the message, as Harry said. That's the thing that they fear the most, is losing the message. Every time I glanced at that ventriloquist dummy there on the screen, it's just so funny to me, because I mean, let's face it, that is him all day long. Joan Lawman, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. And Lex says, can't believe how emboldened he is, as he is under that. Yes. As a matter of fact, I trimmed that out of the slide here. It says that, and then it makes that a thing about him having those probing hands, shall we say. His hands are probing, very curious hands that has gotten him into a spot of bother. So notice how they tried to insinuate, say Harry and Meghan are leaking when they know it's not true. Of course, the leaking and the briefing is why there is a docuseries. The leaking and the briefing is why there is a book. And the leaking and briefing is why they actually started with the Oprah interview. They were thinking that if they just told the truth, if they gave the absolute truth, the facts as they know it and as they experienced it, then perhaps it would be enough to discourage the palace from continuing to go after them. But nothing has changed. They're still leaking, they're still briefing, and they are still attacked on a daily basis. And one would assume, or should I say, it has been alleged, that the source of these attacks seem to focus mostly on Kensington Palace and possibly Clarence House, not to mention the British tabloid media so-called journalists themselves and their relationship with derangers. Like, for instance, the whole thing about Harry looking glum and Meghan looking distraught because of where they were seated. If you haven't seen the photo, I didn't feel like sharing it, but Meghan is standing, and it's as though she's asking, this seat right here, or whatever she gestured. And Harry, of course, who obviously feels a certain way, seeing that, his life has been threatened by white supremacists, always looks a certain way when he and Meghan are moving in spaces that are unfamiliar. Of course, he always looks a certain way. Yes, he looks more relaxed when Meghan's not with him because he is worried about her welfare. He's worried about her safety. Um, it's no different than a lot of, husbands that have a military background who want to keep their family safe. But they're not going to say that. They will go to the lowest denominator and say, oh, Harry is never happy when he's with Meghan. He's only happy when he's away from Meghan. Um, I'm very protective of the people in my circle. And oh my God, I never told this story. I don't think I've told this story for years. But I was out at a club with a friend who had just had surgery and a fight broke out. And I bundled them out of that club like a Secret Service agent. And after the fact, it was funny, but all I could think of was I have to protect this surgical wound, you know? And so I made sure that there was not going to be a chance that there was going to be any complications from being shoved or pushed or anything like that. So yeah, I went into action, and that's what men do. You just kind of you react. So I get where Harry comes from. He lives in a world of what ifs when he's with his family, and it's not fun to see him so uncomfortable. But that's what he does, and that's what he needs to do so he can protect his family. That's right. He remember Harry will always be a protective of his wife. Yeah, he's going to protect his wife. So I'm telling you, if you're with me and something breaks out, if you get injured, it's going to be because I'm trying to help you, not because anybody is going to get to you. It was kind of funny though. After the fact, my friend's eyes was like wide open, like, wow. I said, well, you just had that surgery, and I just didn't want you to get hurt. But anyway, that's funny though. I haven't told this story in ages. So right here, take a look at this. A great loss. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's departure from the monarchy is a source of deep regret for the royals. Yea, though they will probably never admit it. They will probably never admit it, but it is true. It is going to be a source of deep regret. Um, I still maintain that the Queen had certain ideas for Harry and Meghan, but at that point, when Charles seemed to have seized power, I think that's when all of that changed. I think when Charles became the regent, in all but name only, Charles became a regent. And William, of course, likely was displaying so much anger in the presence of his father and his grandmother that at that point, they are going to inherit the kingdom, and there's really nothing that you could say or do that's not going to be undone as soon as you take your last breath, and that's just a fact. And it's an unfortunate thing because Harry's dream was to be in a position in the family where he could do these things. He loved serving the public. He loved the idea of being of service, and to have a wife that understood and was capable and able to articulate messages and goals and plan things clearly. Someone who's a strategist, bilingual, and all those things. I mean, a win-win, right? Imagine those two going out to the Commonwealth on behalf of the crown, some of the things that they could have done, some of the changes that they could have made. And I guess the idea of it not only was frightening for a very jealous royal family, but likely frightening for that very right leaning, conservative, nothing should ever change. These are subjects, not people. They did not want that kind of change. They don't want the Commonwealth to succeed. The only one that looked at the Commonwealth as something to pursue, at least in that family, something to grow, was the Queen. Absent the Queen, there's no love for the Commonwealth, not from that family. Not from that family. All of the love for the Commonwealth left with Harry and Meghan. Now it's just going to be this slow decline. And as for the Commonwealth Games, the loss of interest, I'm sure a big part of that is financial. It doesn't really make money for the host. But the other part of it is the way they treated Harry and Meghan. I'm pretty sure that put a dent in the Commonwealth game. That has slowly extinguished any type of desire to have a Commonwealth game. And they only have themselves to blame for it. If they hadn't mistreated them, the almost 1.2 billion people or 2 point whatever billion people it is, there's a lot of people that are like, got a bad taste in their mouth and it just won't go away. So right there, I was doing a little research for today, and I was thinking to myself, the balcony, what is it about that balcony that makes them so triggered? What triggers them about that balcony? It's that idea of having the all-white family on the balcony. What else could it be? They want to keep that balcony white. They want to keep that balcony as the symbol of white supremacy that it is. And that's what it is. It is a symbol of white supremacy. It's everything that they want you to know about who is carrying the keys to the kingdom. And that's why there was no room for Meghan on that balcony. They didn't care about Harry, but there was no room for Meghan. And because you couldn't have Harry without Meghan, then the idea that that balcony was going to be breached by a black woman, out of the question. I mean, just take a look at some of those. Harry and Meghan denied balcony spot in favor of these obscure royals, 4 minor royals. And this was when Jack Royston, this is before he went completely negative. Jack Royston, sometimes you'd be like, do better next time. But now you don't expect anything from him except more vitriol. But 4 minor royals who still do duties will be on show at Trooping the Colors during Platinum Jubilee. 81% told YouGov in 2015 the 4 should not receive public funding. But there they are, publicly funded and quite present on the balcony. You got the Gloucesters and the Kents, right? Publicly funded and very present on the balcony. But Harry and Meghan, they didn't want them on the balcony. Royal Poll, would you boo Meghan and Harry if they appeared on the palace balcony? If there's anything that they better get a handle on, because you can give up on the Sussexes, they ain't coming back. But if it's anything that they had better get a handle on, is the way these rogue individuals, these tabloid media, the way that they attack heads of state. They really trash Joe Biden, right? Now they're trashing Andrew Holness, and it's the same tone that they use all the time. It's from their playbook. And of course, any idea of family unity would hinge on the problem with leaking and briefing. But then there's that other component, which is the press. And if anybody believes that the royal family do not have more control over the press than they pretend, then you're not paying attention, because they have a lot of control over this. And especially when Charles is meeting with a head of state, when you don't have a trade deal with the largest economy in the world, the United States economy, Britain, I don't think they have a trade deal yet. They don't have a trade deal. If there's anything that would benefit, that I mean, would be an uptick to the British economy to have a proper trade deal. But I don't know if you'll ever get one out of Joe Biden, especially with the language that's being used against him. I don't know if you're ever going to get that from him. So they declared him as anti-British, anti-monarchy. Camilla said he farted. I mean, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. That's clearly a sign of it. And as I said, when they go on the attack, they go on the attack. And the only thing that they could think of leading up to the Jubilee was whether or not Harry or Meghan are going to be on the balcony. And right now, look at how things have become so dire for the royal family. If they want people of color to be more engaged with the royal family, I ain't talking about going to school and sitting around a bunch of black kids. I'm talking about the way that they were pouring out to see Meghan. They had better stop stuff like this from happening. They better get some control over it, because it's embarrassing the way it looks to the rest of the world. The way it looks to the rest of the world. Yeah, you win in the war at home, or should I say you win in the battle at home, but you're losing the war on the global stage. You're not doing the country a favor by this horrendous reporting, by this cruel, mean-spirited reporting. I mean, the Queen's Jubilee, likely her last, and all you could talk about is who's on the balcony. So this was Meghan's first appearance on the balcony, right? I was there that day, and you could just hear the excitement when the Sussexes came by in the carriage, when they came out on the balcony. I remember watching the video of them on the balcony, and you could hear one of the guys saying that she's behind Charles, right? That's who they were looking for. You know, this was historic. This all white assembly of aristocrats, and there you have, for the first time, someone who is publicly acknowledged as a black woman on the balcony. And you know, it was downhill from there. It was after the Oceania tour, it was downhill. So this was the first balcony appearance that Meghan made, and the one that really turned the royal family against her, and then of course Harry, was when they were on the Oceania tour, and they had Helen Cole. Biden is a support Harry more than the royal family. Yeah, I mean Biden and Harry, and of course Jill Biden, who was there for what, 3 of the Invictus Games, 2 or 3. Yeah, they got very close during that period. So, of course, you know, Biden is not going to. Biden's got things to do, so he's not going to get involved in anything unnecessarily. But we know where his heart is, where the Sussexes are concerned. So um, that is very important to remind people that yes, the Bidens have been friends with Harry for quite some time, and there may be correspondence or whatever that goes on that we don't know about, and hopefully in the future they could participate in something. We'll see, but anything that the Sussexes do with any politician is only going to be used for fundraising. They will use them just like with the thing about Meghan running for senator. They use that to raise funds for the Republican Party. This idea that they're pushing someone on us, that's good for fundraising. That's good for the sound bites. That's good for the Fox News and such. So, better that they stay away from that because it would become such a distraction. So I'm glad that they're avoiding anything to do with politicians because oh boy they would get quite a meal out of that. But thank you so much, Helen Cole, for your comment, and thank you for the super chat. All right, so let me take that away. But yeah, so that balcony appearance right there. As Harry said, I knew from that moment that it was going to be problems because that's what happened to Diana. It was the Oceania tour. There was that wave of popularity, and Charles turned against her. Well, he was never really for her, but he really turned against her. Psycho, gutter rats, and derangers. Harry loves and adores his beautiful, intelligent, articulate, strong, caring, sweet wife, Meghan. Stop your wishful thinking. Harry is never leaving his wife. Keep crying. And as they've been saying on the Twitter, stay mad. Stay mad. Stay mad. Y'all stay mad. The royal family were shocked that a beautiful biracial woman had class, etiquette, and style, and speaks two languages, was a threat to their psyche. Idiot could have had half in order to cover. Right. Harry offered them the half in, half out. The idea was leave the UK, make money for yourself, and that way they won't be able to hold, public servant over their heads. Harry was willing to. He said, "We'll do the work for free. You don't even have to pay us. Of course, you got to pay for our accommodations, but you don't have to pay us. We'll do it." But no, they said no. No half in, no half out. No. Okay, so you got what you got. You got Charles, who on his best day is very hard to respect someone like that. Camilla, nobody respects her. Who else? And William, who is like on the edge, frightening, scary, and Kate, not fit for purpose. She and William, not fit for purpose. Neither one of them are, ideally suited for the work. They are not going to grow into their positions. They are ill-suited. Both of them ill-suited. William is quite nervous and anxious. Kate, the same. Yeah, they're not suitable. William with his mood swings, and Kate with whatever's going on with her, not suitable. Harry and Meghan, dream team. Dream team. Dream team. Team Sussex. Queen told to rethink Jubilee balcony. I really think that the reason that they couldn't be on the balcony is because all of this chatter would have overshadowed the occasion. And that is what they attempt to do. They want to shout down anybody who who gives any type of consideration to the Sussexes, their first goal is to shout them down and to make it probably unwise, is what they're thinking, to make it unwise. Like, think it through, love. Think it through, love. Before you invite them over, think it through. If they would have known that Harry and Meghan were going to Jamaica, could you have imagined if they had any information about that beforehand? How much noise they would have made all the way up until and even after. And that's one reason why they're mad, because, look at how they made such a mockery of everything with the living legends of aviation. They know why the award is presented. They know why it was conceived of. They know everything. But yet, they also know how to twist the facts, how to shuffle around the words to make it seem as though it's something totally different. And then the lowest part of it was when Carolyn Graham referred to it as tacky. Tacky. The woman who posed for a photo in front of a Confederate flag in modern day America, stood in front of a Confederate flag, had the nerves to say something was tacky. The woman who climbed up St. Thomas Markle to retrieve a letter and come back down, the thought of it, had the nerves to refer to anyone in that room as tacky. Tacky. Right. I'll give you tacky. Now, again, throw him over the balcony. Eamon Holmes savages Harry after protecting Queen's remark. I tell you, it's something about that balcony. It's something about that balcony. And because they are not there, because there's not many more events where you will expect. Actually, there may not be any events. They've had the Jubilee. They've had the what is it? The coronation. So there's no other reason for them to be on the balcony. None. That is gone. Especially with the slimmed down monarchy. Charles does not want extended family on the balcony. Oh, let's see here. MR, thank you so much for the Cash App. I cut my ringer off, but I just noticed my phone light up. But thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you for supporting Royal Sussex. But yeah, there we go with the balcony again. And of course, last but not least, I'm pretty sure that I'm overlooking something. There is Jobo with his dangle Archie from the balcony. And of course, egging them on is Emily Andrews. Yep. Arthur, what's his name? Arthur Edwards. And what's her face? Egging them on. No, Troop in the Colors is the unofficial celebration of the monarch's birthday. They want to do it on one of the nicer days of the year. It's a chance for the troops to rally their support by flying the colors of the monarch. And so it's always preceded with a carriage ride to the parade ground. And then, of course, they have a big parade and ceremony in that huge courtyard. And then is the carriage ride back to Buckingham Palace. And then at some point, they emerge on the balcony. There's a flyover from the Royal Air Force. And then they may go back inside at some point and come back out again. And then that's it. That's the whole thing, is to put the family on display. It is usually on the second Saturday in June, I think. So they should have a Troop in the Color every year. There should be one every year. So even though Charles' birthday is in November, they will have his birthday celebration in June with the Trooping the Colors, same as they did for the Queen. So it's a nice parade of uniforms and horses and all that, and very colorful. But basically, you just stand around and wait to see them go by in a carriage. And for the people that are lucky enough to be invited, you actually can go to the parade ground. And so after the parade is over, all of the people at the parade ground are able to walk toward the palace. So they close down the mile, and the people on the side of the mile has to stay there until the other crowd makes its way up the center. It's very well organized, like a well-oiled machine, and they do it every year. At least they, when they can. Leg says, how will they spin it for W? William, of course. They try to portray Charles III as a loving father, grandfather, since he is king, to pretend he cares. Will they do the same for Will? They don't have a choice because they're stuck with him. They are stuck with him. Let me take this off the screen. But they are stuck with him. So, and I was thinking about that today. Is that they're stuck with William, no matter how inappropriate William is. They're stuck with him. And if William ever decides to explain his love for the pulled pork sandwich, right? Why he traveled miles for a pulled pork sandwich, what are they going to do with him? I kind of think like that thing about the not being the head of the church. I kind of feel like they're trying to prepare the public for the idea that they are going to have a very, 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 very different monarch when William gets there. That his what will be perceived as as flaws are going to be on full display for the public. And I believe they're trying to prepare people for that. They have no choice. William will be king. There's no mechanism that says that he will not be king. He's going to be king. He will inherit the Duchy of Lancaster. He's going to go from one billionaire fortune to the next. And of course, the Duchy of Cornwall is going to go to Prince George. And Prince George is going to be the next big wedding. Should Charlotte and Louis meet someone, they are going to be encouraged to wait until George gets married. And so aside from Charles' funeral, the only big event coming up for that family is George's wedding. Yeah, George's wedding and William's coronation. That's it. Both could take years. But there's not going to be any big reason for people to gather unless there is, some type of Olympic Games or whatever. And then in that instance, it won't be focused on the royal family, but they will make it about the royal family, I'm sure. So they are in trouble. They don't have anything. The other royals marrying is never going to be as important. And unless Louis and Charlotte are like rock star status, which I got a feeling that won't be the case in the future. I believe that the younger people are going to, their loathing, disdain for that. Their loathing and disdain, should I say, for the institution is only going to grow. And unless there's something super appealing about the young royals, then they don't have anything. They have exhausted the only thing that was going for that institution was Harry and Meghan, and they are no longer there. So they don't have anything. Charles, if you consider that the Queen was on the throne for 70 years and she's barely spoken of They have yet to articulate exactly what she did for 70 years besides, meet all the American presidents. And she was like a grandmother to the whole nation. Aside from that, what has she done? What was the point of it? The Commonwealth, you can't say that was a success because it's fallen apart. The Queen presided over a dwindling empire, right? Britain lost its prestige, not because of the Queen, but during her reign. Britain lost its prestige. It's no longer, Britain was the superpower before World War II. And then it was the United States. And people thought, given the way history goes, that the United States was going to fade as China grows. But China has some real problems right now. They have a zero birth rate, practically zero. And their economy is not doing so great. So their idea about becoming the next superpower, well, that's starting to fade, isn't it? That is really starting to fade. I mean, they have all the tools, but they're losing the prestige. They're losing the money. Not to say it won't happen. I mean, they're still doing great, but their middle class is about 300 million people. That's almost the size of the United States population, which is impressive. It's the largest middle class in the world, the largest middle class in the world. But it's also one of the largest countries in the world. So they got some big problems that they got to work out. But anyway, thank you so much, Lex, for your comment. And moving on, let me see here. And so again, there is the balcony. There it is. That is what they want to keep preserved in the amber of history. They want to keep it preserved. And so, as the one actress said from the Bridgerton, that it's a shame that you have such a multi-ethnic, multiracial ceremony at the Westminster Abbey, but when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, that's the people that is representing a mostly black and what else? Black and native, right? Black, native. What else is in there with the Commonwealth? Indian. Yeah. Well, anyway, the multiple races of the Commonwealth, that's who's representing. Now, the Commonwealth could have had a new head, right? But the Queen pressured them to make sure it was Charles. There is no rule that the head of the Commonwealth has to be the King of England. There's no rule. It doesn't have to be the Queen of England. But they pushed and pushed and pushed. And as a favor to an old lady who was going to die soon, they said, oh, yeah, we'll vote for him. The Queen called in her favors, and they put Charles in as the head of the Commonwealth. Charles is too old to travel around and represent the Commonwealth. Harry and Meghan, they'd have been all over the place. Charles, not so much. So that's the end of the Commonwealth. It is going to slowly fade into nothingness. And who do they blame for it? Andrew Holness. They're blaming him because they say he's anti-monarchy and anti-Commonwealth. Well, they're not blaming him completely, but believe me, if they get an opportunity, like if the Commonwealth took a big hit tomorrow, he would be front and center along with Harry and Meghan. SF, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for supporting Royal Sussex. Happy Friday to you, or Saturday. Yeah, and that's even worse. I mean, take a look. Look at the comparison. The Queen wanted as many people on the balcony as possible. Charles, with his idea of the slimmed down monarchy, if he thinks that people will feel as though it's cost effective to have fewer people on the balcony. I mean, what difference does it make, paid or not? It's an idea of family. He's taken the concept of family out of royal family. He's removing family and reducing it to two very insecure, malicious people, conniving, backstabbing consort, and then, of course, the pathetic king himself. And that is what makes up the slim down monarchy. Good luck with that. Good luck. You're going to need it. Good luck. You're going to need it. Okay. There are virtually no more dukes left in the UK with their own castles. There might be 3 left. Wow. Let me see. Well, there's oh gosh, what is the Devonshire? They have that. Well, they don't call it a castle. What do they call that house? Chatsworth. And who else? You have the Blenheim Palace, and you got Castle Howard, and the Howard family is still there, but they're not dukes, are they? Are they dukes? Yeah. Well, I know Devonshire is a duke, and who's ever at Blenheim, I forgot. But yeah, but they are dwindling. I think there's like what 26 dukes left. The royal dukes are the children of the sovereign, and then the other dukes, those are people that inherited their aristocratic titles down the line. Too bad Elaine Parker is not here to fact check me. Let's see. B. Martim says, Baron, you are right. Charles is too old to travel, and Ken and Barbie are not allowed to. Poor Afro Annie has to do it all. Yeah. Thank you, B. Martim. Yeah, Afro Annie, she's good for the road. And let's see, but you know what though? What's too bad though is when they do travel, unless it's Charles, unless it's William, then they won't get any press because right now Edward is making the rounds in Africa, and there's little or no coverage. There's not that level of excitement. Although it's good for Edward's ego because being the Duke of Edinburgh, I didn't really think about it at the time. I thought it was just for the sake of nostalgia and the love for his father, but it is a good title to have because Philip made such a huge impact when he had the title that wherever he goes, when he's introduced as the Duke of Edinburgh, for the local people, they're going to think of is, of Philip, but still there's so much prestige with that title that it will help Edward in the long run. So better to travel as the Duke of Edinburgh than the Count of Wessex, yeah, so I'm sure he's enjoying himself, but thank you again, B. Martin. I'm sure he's enjoying himself. Let's see. Mimi D says, we Jamaicans will just get louder with our demands for reparations if the British press don't F off. I love it. I love it. And what is that old saying? Let me see. Where is it? Where is that old saying? Wait, I'll find it. I'll find it. Okay. Oh, there it is. Jamaica, come for vacation, stay for reparations. Thank you, Mimi. Oh, let's see. Majestic Sussex report. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And and is that Canadian? Yes, it is. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And let me see, what else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. You guys don't forget, Majestic Sussex Report is also a Sussex friendly space. So if you're looking for more Sussex friendly spaces, there is another. There's the Majestic Sussex Report. And Helen Cole, let's see, Eddie is alone in his travel. He did not take the old Ford Fiesta. Yes, that dependable vehicle that is capable of getting you from point A to point B. Very low on technology, nothing flashy about it, rather frumpy and dumpy. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's nothing to write home about, but it'll get you there. It will definitely get you there. Oh, thank you, Lydia. Let me pin that to the top of the chat. Majestic Sussex Report. Yeah. Jamaicans are loud and proud and not afraid to speak their minds, so they really mess with the wrong country. And let's face it. Let's face it. The what do you call it? The Jamaican culture. That is something that uh, people around the world admire. You know what I'm saying? It's you could go almost anywhere in the Western world, and you're going to find a Jamaican restaurant. You're going to find a Jamaican community, and it's just the wrong people to mess with. I promise you that really, whatever the British tabloid media was thinking, as you can see, for the first time, you have a very vigorous response to their nonsense. You don't even get that from the American press, but the Jamaican press, they're like, hold on. Okay. Let me stop talking and do this before I lose my place. There we go. So I got it. Pin message, and there you go. There's a link for another Sussex friendly space. Okay, let me get back over here with you all. And thank you, Helen Cole. And thank you for supporting Royal Sussex. Okay. And yeah, so one last time, there's that view of our faves on the balcony. And what a big moment for them. And I was listening to Spaces earlier, and they were pointing out the fact that they had Meghan on this tour, and with all the panic of the Zika virus and everything, um, there was a lot of shade going on with the Sussexes. I really do believe that they did not want Harry to marry as quickly as he did. All that. What's the rush? Why don't you wait like I did? But it turns out that they were right about each other. I don't care what anybody says. They were right about each other. They knew they were meant to be together. They knew that the timing was right. This is the moment. They met their other half, and it was like no reason to wait. Wait for what? Everything that Harry wanted in a spouse, in a partner, in a wife was right there in front of him. And as for Meghan, likewise, everything that she wanted was right there. At a time in her life where she was, preparing to step away from acting, as they said, one of the people on the show said that she was talking about, what am I going to do next? What's the next phase? So she was ready. She was ready. And just by chance, she found the one. And they're happy. And all of the people in that family that they are trying to say it's the secret weapon of the family, or look at their love story. Nobody seems to be happy but Harry and Meghan. Nobody seems to be happy but Harry and Meghan. I'm sure that the Beatrice and Eugenia, I'm sure they're doing just fine, but they weren't really working royals at the time, and of course the mean girl wanted nothing to do with them. So, okay, let me move on. Now take a look at there, Carolina Herrera silk taffeta ball skirt, and it could be yours for $2,390. And as you can see, I decided to color block that photo so you can see it really stand out against the backdrop of the black and white silver tones. But yeah, so that's it right there. It was a Carolina Herrera. And Meghan was absolutely right to wear it with a rather simple top, right? Something like that would look great with a button-down shirt, and maybe one of these days we'll see her with another Carolina Herrera ball skirt, and she'll probably sport the her favorite white button-down shirt, perhaps. But this look was so appropriate. It was daring, but yet at the same time, it's so simple, so elegant, and very chic. But it was daring. I mean, because given the fact that it's a formal occasion, but not so formal. You know what I mean? It's just a movie premiere. It's not like you're at the Oscars or anything. But everything about it was just right. It was a good call. I don't know where she gets the instincts to do stuff like this, but it was a good call. It was a good call. I mean, when it comes to clothes, she never puts a foot wrong. Now, when she was a working royal, I do believe some squatties were just like, she looks nice, but she's a princess. She's a princess, and princesses should dress appropriately for their role. And even now, she is still being very consistent with her title, and I think that's lovely. Whether or not you care for the monarchy, it is important to her husband, and it is important to her children's future. It's part of their birthright and their future. So she's honoring that by never putting a foot wrong, and she looks amazing. So I would have, if I would have seen her like leaving to go to the event, and I'd be like, "And what did you say this was?" It almost seems like it could have gone terribly wrong, but it didn't. It didn't. It was the right call. Yeah, whenever I think spaghetti straps, I always think Aretha Franklin. And NASA could not design pasta that is capable of supporting Aretha. But Aretha was the one that gave me nightmares. I got anxiety. Aretha Franklin in a spaghetti strap, I would have an anxiety attack. I would. My hands would get sweaty. I would get chills, a little nauseated. I would get these horrible panic attacks anytime that anytime I've ever seen Aretha Franklin in a spaghetti strap. It's just not right. It's not right. No one she should have they should have passed an ordinance, right? They should have gotten the fire marshal to pass some type of or enforce some ordinance that would have made it illegal for Aretha Franklin to wear spaghetti straps. She should have been fined for that. Um, I mean, it's not exactly a crime against humanity, but it just made me very nervous because I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. So, um, and of course, someone on social media Lydia, you already know what photo I'm going for. Someone on social media had the same anxiety and decided to pray about it. Lord, lift us up where we belong. See there? That's what happens without a spaghetti strap, with or without. It's the stuff of nightmares. Where the eagles fly on a mountain high. Lord, lift us up where we belong. And then it doesn't help if somebody else say the devil likes to pull on your weaknesses. Jesus, be a bra strap. Oh, oh well, that's the queen, and I shouldn't make fun like that. But like I say, I'm just sharing with you guys. I don't think I've ever told anybody the anxiety that I get from seeing certain people wearing spaghetti straps. But now you know a little bit more about me. Certain people I just don't ever want to see in spaghetti straps. Oh, I'm sorry. Anna Boyd, I don't think I said that, but thank you so much for this super sticker, and thank you for supporting Royal Sussex. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. All right. Time goes by, you know time flies, lies you and I a long way. Lord, lift us up where we belong. I know, that's just terrible. That's just terrible. The Queen of Soul. If there's any if there's any queen that deserve our respect, it's Aretha Franklin. And this is one of my favorites. As you know, I used that for the thumbnail, but I love that photo. I love that photo. They're just like they're forever young, so youthful. In those horrible seats, right? They put them in the worst seats in the house. They put them off the kitchen. They always do that with people of color. So they got Meghan, Princess Meghan, and Prince Harry, light skinned hair. They got them off the kitchen. You know how they like to do us. Just off the kitchen, but that's okay. They were invited. So now, royals don't tend to visit each other in hospital, so there can be no stronger signal of Charles and Kate's bond than his trip to her bedside before his prostate operation. The families are more united than ever, says who? Rebecca English. Why wouldn't Rebecca English say that? Of course, Rebecca English said that. Doesn't she always say anything that upholds that constitutional monarchy? Anything that helps to uplift that family. I mean, she's going to say it. What else would she say? Now, whether or not Charles was allowed to see Kate, who knows? We would never know. We know they were in the same building at the same time, but whether or not he actually saw her, who knows? I mean, why would we trust the tabloid media considering all the quotes and all the lies that they have told us over the years? Why should we believe that? Are they really that close? I don't remember them being so close. And on top of that, would William even allow it? Queen Camilla has gone into the hospital. Oh, I love it. The hospital. Queen Camilla, thank you, Chris Ship with a P, not a T. Queen Camilla has gone into the hospital with King Charles. Whilst this might seem normal for most families, it's very unusual for the royal family to accompany their spouse like this, the late Queen and Prince Philip always went into hospital. Oh, there we go. We're back to that again. Back to hospital, not the hospital, but hospital on their own. And before that, you can see King Charles has arrived at the same hospital where his daughter-in-law, Kate, is being treated. King Charles is having his prostate surgery and has been admitted this morning to the London clinic. Right. So there you go. We're back to hospital. I feel like I'm in an old Charlie Chan movie, but that's okay. Hospital. Yeah, I know I should not do that. Not Aretha Franklin. Time goes by. Spaghetti straps cry. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Yeah, y'all leave the Queen of Soul alone. What's that? Well, I tell you, could you imagine being in the hospital and something like that comes and leans over you? Hi. How are you? And right here, King Charles has arrived at the same hospital where his daughter-in-law, Kate, is being treated. King Charles is having his prostate surgery, blah, 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 blah. William has already visited his wife, says Judy. Well, Chris Shipp says, indeed, but were he to go again? And so Chris Shipp is kind of shading William. And it is said that even Camilla is throwing a bit of shade. Camilla is kind of upstaging William by going to the hospital not once, but twice in the same day. She actually went early and then she left and then she returned. So I don't know if she had to try to find a liquor store or something, but she did go to the hospital twice. All he did was point out that he's on. Oh, wait, I got to pull that down. Yeah. All he did was pointed out that he's only been there once to visit his wife the whole week. Okay. Let me tell you something. There has been a bit of a backlash because William has only been there once. So now the royal rodents are saying that the press was not allowed to hang outside the hospital, right? And that we don't know who's been to the hospital. Now, because of what people say is the real reason Kate is in hospital, because of the real reason Kate is in hospital, they say that she may not be allowed to see anyone. It may not be advisable for her to see anyone, given the wink, wink type of abdominal surgery she just had. Maybe it's not a good idea for her to see anyone. Wink, wink. So William was there once. He was there for about an hour. I've heard as long as 15 minutes, but I'm going to go with the hour. It seemed as though he took one of his press people with him, his chief press officer, who doesn't work there anymore at Kensington Palace, but still does. It appears as though someone resembling Christian Jones, Christian pouty face, jet black, thick hair, chiseled featured Jones, just happened to be in the next vehicle, right? Possibly, allegedly, Christian Jones was there. Christian, don't step on my rainbow, Jones was there, possibly, which lets you know that whatever reason Kate is in the hospital, it is a PR bonanza or it is something that needs to be managed for fear that is going to get out of hand, that they're going to lose the narrative. So Again, I say, whatever reason she's in hospital, I can't wait until this is over with because it is so awkward. I want to throw the in there so bad, but I'm trying to be respectful. So I have to say it the way that it's been portrayed. Hospital. Anyway, I'll get used to it. Maybe one of these days I'll start driving on the other side of the street. I hear you, Susie Q. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of people hear you. A lot of people are of the same mind that that is, something else than what they're telling us. And why should we believe them, right? So, according to the asparagus fortune teller, claims we'll see a royal divorce, a female president, and an Olympic flop. Now, this same person said that Donald Trump was going to win. So, a broken clock is right at least twice a day. Twice a day, a broken clock is going to have the right time, right down to the second. And so twice a day or twice in a lifetime, the asparagus lady is going to be right about something, right? She's going to get something right at least twice in a lifetime. So she also said, I was reading earlier, she said that Charles is going to William is going to become regent after 1 year of Charles being king. And then, of course, Charles was going to step down. So, it's not such a long shot to say that Charles may step down. He might. He might. A lot of people say no, he waited so long. But, if things go really bad for the monarchy, and they're about to, really take a hit politically, then I would say leave that on the table. I wouldn't say no, it's impossible because you got to do what you got to do to protect the monarchy. And so even if Charles doesn't step down, William may have to become a regent just to pacify people in the future. But because people increasingly are seeing William as the lesser of two evils, then perhaps they won't think it's such a good idea for him to be a regent. They're working on William and Kate right now. I'm convinced of that. They are working on those two people because if they don't, the monarchy is going to flounder. It is going to crash and burn. The monarchy is in desperate, desperate trouble. Also, I do believe that the asparagus lady, I wasn't sure, but I think she may have a fashion line. I believe the asparagus lady may have dabbled into fashion. What's her name? Jemima Packington. I believe that Kate is possibly wearing a Jemima Packington original. I do believe that. I could not, in my right mind, decide where that garish dress came from. Now I believe that it is a Jemima Packington original. It's the only thing that makes sense. It is the only thing to make sense. At first, I was blaming the Jolly Green Giant. And now I'm starting to believe that it is the very batty, weird asparagus lady. Yeah. Well, I tell you, a grift like this, I thought that there was some real doozies out there until I found out that there was an asparagus fortune teller. You couldn't make up something like that. An asparagus fortune teller. Antoinette Kennedy says Baron Willie is not and doesn't want to work. That's why he's so mad at Harry, because he didn't know how to work. Exactly. I agree. I agree. I am with you on that one. That is why he's mad, because he has to work and he did not anticipate the workload. I told you guys, I told you that they have worked more than they have since they were married. They have literally had to work, and this is destroying them. This is really destroying them. They are becoming unglued. William walks around with that grimace on his face. And Omid Scobie said it in his book. Omid Scobie mentioned that William becomes more introverted every day, increasingly. I mean, just look at how this has aged him. It's not just the thinning hair, right? It's not the male pattern baldness. This man has aged significantly. And that scowl that he has on his face is a result of the responsibility that he has now. And along with that, Kitty, poor Kitty, poor Kitty, who is not meant to be a public figure. She's meant to be seen, not heard. She is meant to wear nice clothes, the blow dry hair, the big loose curls, and that's it. Anything else besides flashing knees and thighs, there is no suitable role for her. And that's why they're in so much trouble. They are in trouble. Poor Kate looks so hollowed. William looks so desperately sad and lonely and angry. And the one thing they had going for them, or the two things, was the Sussexes, and he drove them away because it was more important for Harry to drop his case, if you will, against Christian Jones for leaking information, right? According to the byline, Christian Jones was a source of a leak. And Harry was the one that was threatened, not the subordinate, not the employee, but Harry, a prince of the blood. What is it that they have that would cause something like that to happen? That is unprecedented. I think if more people in the public knew that happened and understood why it happened, although there's been no official explanation, but if they understood how bizarre that is, most people just don't know about it. They don't know. It's in the book. It's in Endgame, but most people just don't know about it. Wait, asparagus is not in season. What she talking about, Willis? Oh, what you talking about, Willis? Yeah, what she talking about, Willis? Thank you so much for that, B. Martin. Channeling Gary Coleman, different strokes. Yes, what is she talking about? It is not in season. I love me some asparagus grilled in olive oil with a little salt and pepper and butter. Ooh, that's good. You just taking it. So good. Love asparagus. That is a really, really good vegetable. I had a friend that used to call it asparago. That always drove me crazy. Asparago. What'd you have for dinner? Well, I had some mashed potatoes and some asparagus. I didn't bother to correct her. I just left it alone. Asparagus. An asparago round? Yeah. I guess if there was like a vegetable theme amusement park, one would take an asparagus round. And don't worry, she's not listening. She's not listening. We don't talk so much, so she's not listening. I heard people saying that earlier, Lydia Avicus, that it seemed like some synthetic hair from, a place where bargains could be had. That is what they said. That is what they said. Maybe you're listening to the same thing I was earlier today. But, oh well. Ho, ho, ho. Green giant. So there she is, the asparagus lady. Jemima has enjoyed mixed success with her asparagus in the past. Last year, she claimed Donald Trump would win the United States election, but he lost to Joe Biden. So this is an older story, of course. So she's been making the rounds. I didn't know that she had been on television for years now, but yeah. She claims that when she was 8 years old, that's when she first realized that she had the gift. And then, of course, there were some people that were saying that she needs to try to eat that asparagus and stop throwing it around. Woo! Yeah, she needs to start eating that asparagus. And there she is with her family. I wasn't sure, but I do believe that must be her family. It's a family asparagus. Yeah, it's a family asparagus. Get it? Instead of a family affair, it's a family asparagus. Yeah, it's a family asparagus whenever the asparagus family is out and about. Yeah, I think she's going a bit far with this, but you know what? Don't hate the hustle, right? That's what they say. Don't hate the hustle. Claudia Bolin, who we all love and adore. I will never go on Piers Morgan's show. For the record, hi, I'm at Piers Morgan's show. I'm reaching out because I wanted to see whether you'd be interested in joining Piers for an interview. Hope we can make it work. All the best. And her response was, hi, I would never sit down with that man after his vile, obsessive treatment of Meghan Markle. I'm not coming on his sorry excuse for a show to boast his ego. He's an Islamophobic opportunist. If he wants to do some good in this world, he can use his platform to push for a ceasefire. All the best. Thank you, Claudia Bolin. Yeah, so there you go. They do reach out to people from time to time. I'm offended. Nobody has ever reached out to Royal Sussex. Of course, I never look at my emails, which just triggered me to open up my email. If you have sent an email to the official Royal Sussex email, just so you know, I hardly ever look at them. But since I brought it up, I'm going to look right now. That just triggered me. And I got 3 new emails too. Oh, wow. Oh, thank you so much. Someone sent me a message. I'm in Jamaica. And let me see. Oh, I can't open that up. But anyway, oh yeah, I can. Oh, they sent me a message on the 23rd to let me know that the Sussexes were there. That was very nice. Okay. All right, I'm going to close this, but thank you so much. That was very, very thoughtful. Yeah, I'm going to go through those emails tonight. I'm going to do that. Let me see. Why so salty? Oh, someone in the chat right now has sent me a message. Why so salty? They are upset over Prince Harry, love and recognition why Harry is deserving. Oh, thank you so much for sending that. You probably recognize that title. The person who sent it is on right now. So, but you know, I like to protect people's privacy, so I'm not going to say who. 1,717 people. Please make sure you hit that like button. Wow, it's been pretty full in here lately. And there they are. As you can see, remember the other day when I showed all those photos of this one's cutting their eye at that one, and that one is cutting their eye at so and so. Well, this time it was Kate who was cutting her eye. And I told you why I think she did that, because you know Kate loves electric blue. And for some reason, Camilla decided she would wear that electric blue. And I'm pretty sure the mean girl was not happy about that. So, urgent update. Can anyone verify that Princess Catherine has left hospital? Here we go with that. Hospital today after 10 days. I just filmed this at London Clinic. The vehicles have blacked out windows. Is it possible that press can get photos? So I saw this earlier before I came on, and I did some screenshots. It's a video. I did some screenshots. And as you can see, the paparazzi, they are literally, this one ran over to one of the Range Rovers and just snapped a photo with a total disregard. If that was Kate leaving the hospital, and we don't know whether she's there or not, and for security reasons, I'm sure they won't say, but it is possible Kate is out of the hospital. They said 10 to 14 days. So it is possible that she's out of the hospital. And then if that wasn't enough, then they began to run down the street. So the top photo on the right is just before the guy ran over and snapped a pic. The one in the middle, that is them on the sidewalk. And then at the bottom, that is some more running up the street. So again, Kate may actually be out of the hospital. Let me see. Yep, no pictures as person walks to vehicle, whatever. Exactly. Let's see. Baron the Orange Man. Yes, I was going to talk about that later, actually. Thank you so much. I do have a slide for that coming up. Claudia is an empath. She feels the pain of the world. Sending her positive prayers will help her a lot. Yes, thank you so much for saying that. Claudia is a real fighter, and she's also very empathetic, and she takes a lot. I think the Gaza situation is really taking a toll on her. So she has been on social media talking about it. She's posted about it. And there's a lot of people that are struggling because of what's happening in Gaza. So while the world goes on, there are people that are dying as we speak. And she's very pained by that. And I don't blame her. It's tough. It is tough. Let me see. Strangely, I've been blocked. Video watching, I will tune in, replay later. You're blocked, but then how are we looking at you right now? Okay. Well, we'll check it out. Oh, maybe blocked from another channel, maybe. Not this one, right? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Oh, let's see here. It'd be the roast of the century if Barron went on Piers Morgan. First and only episode I tune into. If I could avoid saying hoghead, all right, so remember, this was the 28th of December. Hope all is well at Sandringham. My spy in Marylebone just saw this convoy heading in the general direction of King Edward VII Hospital at 8:30 this evening. So this is probably where it started, even though they're saying different. This is probably where it started, was this very damp, cold December night where a mysterious convoy of vehicles made their way to the hospital or near the hospital. We don't know that they went to the hospital, but near the hospital, likely to the hospital, right? And I mean, look at that. That looks like, 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles. I see at least one motorcycle. Something happened. And I believe that's the hospital on the right side of the street there with the flags. Maybe is that a flag? I'm not sure. But you can see the entrance. You can definitely see the entrance. So something happened. And if it involved a member of the royal family, it means that there would be this motorcade. So whatever happened, it started on the 28th. I'm convinced of that. Whatever happened started on the 28th. Now, maybe they went back to hospital, if I'm saying it the right way. They went back to hospital again. Or maybe they never left. Maybe they stayed at that place that I hate to say. Maybe they just stayed there. You know, I didn't put my humidifier on, but it's been so damp today. I didn't think I needed it, but now I think I do. But too late. My throat is already very dry. Olive Perry, hello to you too. Thanks for joining us on Royal Sussex. So again, whatever did not happen on the 28th. And there was no explanation for this from the media. There seems to be a media blackout. Now, right here, Camilla comforts her king. Queen is spotted making tea time visit to Charles hours after his successful prostate surgery as he prepares to spend first night at same hospital as daughter-in-law. Not the hospital, but just hospital. Woo! I don't know why that is causing me to lose it. I mean, do I have to say it like that? Isn't it the hospital? That's what we say in the US is the hospital, not hospital. It's the hospital. Everybody goes to the hospital. We don't just end up at hospital. It's the hospital. The hospital. The hospital. Darn it. Queen Camilla was spotted visiting King in, damn it, hospital for the second time. For the second time today, following his treatment for an enlarged prostate. Now, see, now I feel like it should be the prostate. Oh, God, this is weird. Okay, it's not the, it's just prostate. Okay, her car was seen driving to rear entrance of the London clinic. Oh, God, I thought I had to say it. See, I was about to choke. In Marylebone at 6:34 p.m., Camilla was then seen leaving the hospital. Yes, leaving the hospital. And they must have heard me. In backseat of car just before 8 p.m. Well, isn't that where you always put consorts in the back seat? I mean, it's not safe for consorts to sit up in the front. You put the consort in the back and give them their little plush toy to play with. And then you crack the windows so that the consort could stick her nose out and look at the other cars, right? I mean, isn't that the proper thing to do? You always put the consort in the back seat. You don't let the consort ride up front. They might get some fur on the front seat. They might shed or something. So you put the consort in the back seat, and you give them their little blanket, to cozy up, or you bring their little bed with them. Also, you just open the window ever so much so that they can stick their nose out and look at the other consorts driving by. So anyway, Camilla was seen leaving the hospital in the back seat of the car just before 8 p.m. The Queen Consort, not the Queen, but the Queen Consort, has first arrived with the King for his appointment at about 9 a.m. today. It's understood they visited the Princess of Wales. Oh, now it was two of them, huh? I thought it was just the King, but now we find out it was two of them. It'll change tomorrow, and the whole football team would have been there. Who is recovering from abdominal surgery, wink, wink, at the same, okay, that's proper, at the same hospital. Yeah, oh, thank God. Now, see, now it's used properly, at the same hospital. Oh, that's not so hard, is it? Yes, it does sound weird. It does sound weird. It's jarring to me. Let's see. Shelly L says, "Hi, Baron. I bet you $5 and a pack of Skittles that Kate's still at home somewhere, hiding out in one of those rooms at the palace." Thank you so much, Shelly L. There is that possibility. You know what? They could have had a body double. I mean, because with that much wig, anybody could have walked in there. Anybody. It could have been Camilla walking into that place. And who would know the difference? With all that hair, who would know the difference? That's why they kept putting those bangs or fringe in the front, so that when this date came, that body double could walk in and nobody would be the wiser. Thank you, Shelly L. I have sorted that out finally. It is sorted. YM Droid says, Baron, if you don't stop that lady who cut her eyes at Camilla, breath is coming for you. Oh, I know what lady you mean. That one who had the misfortune of being invited to that luncheon only to find out that they were going to be sitting right down the wind from the dragon lady. Yeah, that poor lady. The one who just wanted to do her duty as a charity worker or whatever it is, only to find out when she got there that she had the misfortune of being placed in a seat next to Camilla. And what a price that was to pay. Let me see here. Since you brought it up, we got to watch it.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming.
There you are. So you're the only man here?
Yeah, I am.
Yes. Great family. So how long?
She won't even look at her.
So how long?
She won't even look at her. She won't even look at her. Did you notice that? She wouldn't even look at her. Oh my God, that's rich. She wouldn't even look at her. She tried not to make direct eye contact with her for fear that she would have gotten all that hot air on her. I love that. Anyway, thank you so much, YM Joy. And thank you for being a member. Yeah, thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Lydia Avasquez, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for being here tonight. And B. Martim says, I thought animals were not allowed. Well, that's what I said. I mean, maybe this is, well, you know, I always say that that's Charles' emotional support, Camilla. So I believe by law, any emotional support companion must be allowed on airplanes, restaurants, and hospitals. Because when people are in hospital, the emotional support companion can go around and cheer them up, right? Just like they cheered up that lady at that luncheon.
Yeah.
See there? See how that emotional support Camilla cheered her up? Now, maybe she has allergies, and that's why she's avoiding. If that's not a "so help me God" look on her face, I don't know what is. As a person of African descent, I know that look. That is "so help me God." When I get home, oh, they're gonna pay for this. So help me. Okay, thank you, B. Martin. But yes, I'm glad that I could straighten that out for you. Yes, emotional support companions are allowed on airplanes, that place, restaurants, you name it. They're allowed to go. The only thing is she's not wearing her little orange vest, her high vis vest. So in, out, in. Charles is in. The son seems to be of the opinion that Kate is out, and her Uncle Gary, the baking soda, the baking soda supplier, the purveyor of fine baking soda everywhere, and her Uncle Gary's sign up to do Celeb BB's. What is that? Celeb BB. Celeb BB. What is that? Big Booger? What? BB. Big Brother. Oh, Big Brother. Celebrity Big Brother. Oh, God. What could possibly go wrong? Well, you know it's going to be an exercise in propaganda. That's for sure. Shelly L says, don't worry. Camilla always keeps a bucket of oats in the trunk. She'll be all right. She'll be all right. Thank you, Shelly L. Yeah, she'll be all right. Wilbur. So, I suppose she's out. She might be out. She might be out. Whether she is or is not is unclear, but she may actually be out. They said 10 to 14 days, right? But right here, you can see Kate Middleton shouldn't recover in family home as experts, blah, 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 blah. Right there, real experts warned that the home Princess Kate shares with Prince William in Windsor may not be a good place to continue her recovery. And of course, that's a recovery from abdominal surgery, you know, because all the lifting and stuff that she has to do at home, right? When she's at home, you know, she has to lift her finger to point and tell people what to do. She has to lift her finger up to shun away people that's too close to her. She has to lift her hands up to put a wig on. I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. So, yeah, she should not go back to that house. Now, I know that you know that I know why such a mandate would be created, because perhaps they don't think it's safe for her to be at home, you know, with all of those household hazards, right? She might trip or something like that. So maybe home is not the safest place, even though they have the resources. Considering that William has $1 billion fortune, they have all the resources necessary to ensure that the home is safe. However, they're saying that she's not safe at home. Oh, what's love got to do? Got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can't be broken? Ooh, got to do with it. So, yeah, if you know, you know. Kim Truman, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Thank you so much for being here. Well, that status is upgrade from the stable. Oh, all right. So, was Kate Middleton? Was Kate Middleton's major operation that did you see on the screen right there? Lest I should, bring the AI into it. Prince William worries what people think. So this article is from In Touch, and it was shared on Yahoo. Again, this article is from In Touch. As you can see, 10:22 a.m. And I think that was my time, 10:22 a.m. Central Time. Are they preparing us? Is this their way of sneaking the truth into the airways and waiting to see how people react? In politics, they call it the Friday afternoon or Friday evening news dump. When there's things that you want people to avoid seeing, when they want you to miss important things, the president's cabinet would always drop press briefings on Friday afternoon. So by Monday morning, they can have all the spin that they need to shape the story in their likeness. Or even better, people will have forgotten about it by Monday morning, right? So it's always called the Friday afternoon news dump. Very popular in politics when you want to avoid certain subjects that you have to talk about. So it is Friday, the 26th, right? Or it was. So, that is consistent. Something that you don't really want people to pay attention to. Well, you release it on a Friday. And that is when they released it. Interesting, right? Well, J. Matt, I was listening to some people having a discussion earlier, and they say that stress can cause your hair to thin. If you're under a great deal of stress, then your hair may thin out. So if someone was stressed out because of the fact that, well, let's say that person may not be suitable for the type of work that they're required to do, and that stress leads to all kind of things, including thinning hair, then yeah, probably some time ago that started. Probably some time ago. And this is, it's horrible for men, but let's face it, for a woman, the hair is the crowning glory. That is the crown. That is the crown that you're born with. That's the crown that you grow into. And to lose that is very, very painful. And so it couldn't be easy. And that is, if that is a situation, because we don't know. It looks like a wig. It wears like a wig. It's shaped like a wig. It seems to have a cap and everything. But There has been no official word, so I can only say the alleged wig or wiglets. Those are little pieces that you clip in. Seems like there's also a lot of those. Nowadays, there's a lot of people who want extra volume or wants to create some type of camouflage for whatever deficits they may have, like thinning hair. And so they turn to the wigs. The ancient Egyptians wore wigs. Nothing wrong with that. We're not wig shaming anybody. Although some of those wigs look kind of outrageous and dare I say ridiculous, but that's her call. That's between her and her hairstylist. I mean, like that right there is obviously a wig. Okay. Amy girl, yes, that is the other possibility. A complete absence of good nutrition could also cause that to happen. So they're preparing us for something. They're preparing something. On January 17th, Kensington Palace released a statement revealing that Kate, the Princess of Wales, had undergone a planned abdominal surgery the previous day at the private London Clinic Hospital. The surgery was successful, and it was expected that she will remain in hospital for 10 to 14 days before returning home to continue her recovery. Read the announcement. Based on the current medical advice, she is unlikely to return to public duties until after Easter. The palace offered few additional details, leading to massive speculation over why the 42-year-old may have gone under the knife and whether or not her health is in serious danger. Officials said the operation was not cancer-related. A source exclusively tells In Touch, Kate and her husband, Prince William, have been adamant about not releasing her medical information and only wanted the barest details revealed. Kate and William would have preferred to keep the surgery quiet. I wonder why. But felt the public should know why she'll be out of the spotlight for the next few months. But we don't know why. We only know that she was in hospital, says the source. Between the lack of official medical report and the long recovery time, there's growing concern about Kate's condition. People think the royals are being very coy. Adds the source, and y'all know sources are always right. They always write about Harry and Meghan. They worry there's something very serious going on. Let Angela Levine tell it. Yeah, it is something that you didn't expect it to be and thought it was all along, and maybe it is, maybe it ain't. But all we know is that she's in hospital. Yeah, girl, you know you better watch out. Some guys are only about that thing. Let me see. What was that? Oh, wow, that just moved. Now, where is it? Leaving birthday. Let me see. Where is that at? I just missed that. Yes, in hospital. You know I'm going to start saying it like that. B. Martim. B. Martim. That is just shady. I love it. That is just shady. Okay. All right. Trump Carroll defamation trial. Jury ordered Trump to pay Carroll $83.3 million for years of defamation. The jury found Donald J. Trump had acted maliciously in persistently attacking E. Jean Carroll. He was found liable last year of that right there. So listen, I told you all, if you're from the UK and you have to take someone to court, if you have a chance to take them to court over here, I suggest you use that opportunity, because they pay way more money in the United States than they do in the UK. In the UK, it's just like, oh, if you lose, you can go bankrupt and all that kind of stuff. But here, especially in a trial by jury, sometimes a jury wants to send a message to an individual or a company. Don't do that again. They want them to pay. There has been huge settlements in the history of the United States. Here we are a very litigious society, and we definitely make sure that the victim or the family of the victim, or whatever the case may be, are well compensated, that they should never have to worry. And of course, paying for, emotional damage or what have you, it does discourage people from doing the wrong thing. And he was probably convinced that he would never have to pay that money. He goes on a character assassination of an individual, just like he was telling people that what's that lady of East Indian descent, whatever her name is, the one from North Carolina, whatever her name is. He said, I don't know that she's eligible to run for president, seeing that her parents wasn't born here. Now, everybody in the United States knows to qualify to run for president, you have to be American born, right? Or on some American territory or protectorate. You have to be American born. You have to be at least 35 years of age. And I think that's it, right? American born, over 35 years of age. And I think that's it. I think that's all you need to qualify to run for president. You don't even have to have good sense. I mean, look at Donald Trump. You can be the biggest idiot in the world and sit in the White House. You could even overthrow or threaten to overthrow the nation, the government, and still be president again. So, but yeah, he owes $83.3 million. Now, he who claims to be a billionaire, and there's a good chance that he does have $1 billion, but he doesn't have nearly as much money. At least we don't think so. He is very adept at hiding his wealth. One of the biggest obstacles that both of his ex-wives ran into was trying to sue for alimony, because he is so adept at hiding his wealth. Been doing it for years. That's why he got in trouble with the income, with his taxes. To show you, Nikki Haley, thank you so much. To show you how, oh, thank you, Stacy Crenshaw. Approximately, oh God, that's perfect. She's gonna clean him out. To show you how goofy he is, so it was alleged that Donald Trump had managed to squander his family fortune. He has made and lost a lot of money over the years. One of the ways that he makes money is using lawyers. Here's a good example. let's say you're a piano dealer, it's a family business, or you provide carpets for commercial spaces, or whatever it is that you do as a contractor for a, a hotel, right? The Trump family, they will sign a contract. And, for people who believe that he has billions of dollars, it's as though that is generational wealth that is going to be created from whatever contract you just signed with the devil or Donald Trump. And, people pop corks and drink champagne and smoke cigars because they're happy. Because after all, it's that businessman, the big businessman, the big business brain, Donald Trump. Here's the problem, though. They're going to renege on the contract. They're not going to pay you. And why, you say, right? I mean, time worked equals time paid. If you provide the product or the service, you expect to get paid. Well, they will come up with something like saying that the work is subpar, you took too long, or whatever they could think of. And so all of a sudden, you're in court. And you're in court, you're in court, you're in court. It's continued and you are in court because he has some very devious lawyers that are going to keep it going until you can't afford it anymore, right? And then once you're at the breaking point, you have to settle for pennies on a dollar. You may have taken a big loan based on the contract that you had with Donald Trump's company, only to find out that they're not going to pay you. And if you keep going to court, you're going to go broke. Your family is going to be homeless. All of these bad things are going to happen if you don't settle. And that has been a business model for the Trump organization for years. American banks do not loan money to Donald J. Trump. Years ago, American banks stopped doing business with Trump. And so he has to go overseas to Russia and China looking for money, which he actually did while he was in the White House. And for those of you that don't know, Donald Trump is the only president in modern times that maintained a business while in the White House. Other presidents actually put their fortune into a blind trust, meaning that they have no input in the business from one day to the next. He promised that he would do that, and he did like he has often done. He broke his promise and continued to operate the company. And yet, he has an excellent chance of being president again, in spite of everything I just told you. Part of what I said we knew before he went into the White House, like the way he used to rip off ma and pa businesses that unfortunately have gotten into contracts with him, but he attempted to overthrow the government, or at least was responsible for it. He was at the very least responsible for it by telling people to go down to Congress, take your country back, and I'm coming down there with you. And then he went inside and sat down and watched TV while thousands of people marched toward the United States Capitol and flooded through the windows, doors, they climbed walls, while he sat there at the White House laughing and enjoying the festivities on television, just like the coward he was during the Vietnam War. YM Droid says, Melanie has to be pissed. She had to live with, Melania, I'm sorry, that he had to live, she had to live with and lay under him for years. And E. Jean Carroll might end up with more, and billions usually aren't liquid. Yes, so that means that they're going to have to sell off a bunch of stuff. Thank you for that, YM Droid. Yes, they're about to have what they call a fire sale. They're about to have a fire sale because they ain't got that kind of cash sitting around. Although, is it Ivana, whichever one it is that's buried at the golf course? I'm pretty sure if you open up that box, you'll find that there's all kind of stuff in there, including state secrets. There's all kind of stuff in there. Might have some money hidden in there. I tell you what, when she married him, the first wife, when she married him, I bet you nobody in this world would have made her believe that she would be buried on the edge of a golf course alone. And before they did some pruning and gardening in that area, it looked like a dump site. It just looked like a place where rubbish was thrown from other areas of the golf course. But he's a big grifter. He is a big grifter. And they said that if he would have taken the money that he inherited from his father or stolen from his father, it's been alleged. He took advantage of his father's old age, it has been alleged. But that money, if he would have just put it into the market and let it grow organically, as much as money can, that he would have the fortune that he pretends to have today. He would have probably had twice as much if he would have just invested like most people, especially old money people, in some very safe stocks. He would have had, but instead he decided that grifting was the way to go. And so using his lawyers, he made people's lives miserable. This man has hurt a lot of people, like that Trump University. You go and sign up for Trump University and you find yourself in a conference room with a bunch of things that were printed and put into a portfolio, and then they pass them out and talk about, how you're going to make it big, but you don't learn anything. And there were people that, spent their retirement thinking that they were going to come up because they're in Trump University. Like there was a shortcut, and he took advantage of the hype about him being such a solid businessman. But this man has gone bankrupt so many times, or as he likes to say, to be technical, his companies have gone bankrupt. Come and knock on our door. Take a step that is new, where the kisses are hers and his, three's company too. Or should I say, where the kisses are his and hers, three's company too. Stanley, you never give the kids a break, Stanley. I guess if this was the modern day Three's Company, the reimagined Three's Company, we'd have to make Carol Middleton Mrs. Roper. Willie, you never give the kids a break, Willie. And I guess Charles could be like the Mr. Furley. Anyway, this is an AI image of what the future may look like. There might be Willie, Kitty, the children, and that unexpected, maybe even that person that was riding in the other vehicle when he went to go visit at the hospital. There may be a very modern royal family in the future, if you understand what I'm saying. There may be a very modern royal family. There may be an experiment, as it were. Hard to say. I mean, not likely. Come and step on our floor. We've been waiting for you. Three's company too. You know that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Come and dance on our floor. Three's company too. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, this is just fun. This is just fun and everything. Not likely to happen. There's not going to be Three's company, although that seemed to be what Charles wanted was Three's company. But there's just not going to be anything like this. I don't think so. They have way too much to lose. But I do believe that something very significant about the role of the future monarch is going to take place. Something very different from how we see it today. And what we have today is not exactly conventional. The fact that you have two adulterers on the throne, that is not anything that people expected. So if something were to change for Willie leaks, well, I mean, the writing is on the wall, isn't it? The writing is on the wall. And I think that if it mellows him out, he might have the public support. He might actually have the public support. Maybe he'd be a nicer person if he could live his truth, whatever the truth is. Maybe he would be a nicer person because whatever he's hiding, whatever makes him so unhappy, whatever causes him to be so combative and cruel and mean-spirited, if he can just be his right self, his desired self, then maybe he wouldn't be so negative and nasty. Maybe he could have a relationship with his brother. I mean, after all, Charles depended upon Will and Prince Harry to legitimize his claim to the throne with his mistress beside him. Then there's no reason why Willie shouldn't try to smooth things over with his brother so that he might have support, whether it's what we see there or something else. You know, if he has the support of Harry, he could win the day. He could win people's admiration. But I'm not sure. I just feel like there's something coming down the pike that is going to catch everybody off guard. You see, Charles and Camilla, we saw that coming, even though they kept changing things. Like, it's not consort, it's just queen. Or it's not queen, it's princess consort, right? It's not Princess of Wales, call her Duchess of Cornwall. That kept changing. That was very fluid, the different titles that she's had. And now they've settled on, just call me queen, right? But for William, he might have a king and two queens. Yeah, he might be a king with two queens. He might be a king with two queens. You never know. A queen, or a three-snap queen, right? Either a queen or a three-snap queen. He might have two queens. Either or. And then, of course, there is the very curious case of Edward, who is somewhere in this world right now talking to a tortoise. He is literally talking to a tortoise. His idea of going on an official royal visit is to talk to the animals, to talk to a tortoise, to wear that furry crown that he had on the other day, and to wear those big Joan Crawford, Joan Collin dynasty shoulder pads. Somebody said it looks like he got his daddy's clothes on. Which daddy you talking about? With him, you never know what that means, daddy. Little shade for Friday night, huh? Little shade. And of course, this will forever be etched in our memories. The day that Will and Kate lost half the Commonwealth, What can go wrong? An all expense paid vacation to the Caribbean to help celebrate, um, the Queen's Jubilee, right? What could possibly go wrong? The Queen's been on the throne for 70 years. All you have to do is go down there and be with the people. But instead, his people had the bright idea, why don't you dress up just like your grandparents? Dress up like your grandparents and go to the Caribbean and just have a complete rinse and repeat. Don't do anything different. Yes, we know Harry and Meghan, when they went to South Africa, they went and met with people before they met with politicians, right? We know that they were dressed down for the occasion, but don't follow any of that common sense stuff. Make sure when you get there, you are as offensive as possible. I mean, take them right back to Jamaica. Not go back, take them back to Jamaica. Take them back to the colonial era of Jamaica. That's what you should do. And because he doesn't have any knowledge of history or geography or any of that stuff, and certainly didn't learn anything about the transatlantic slave trade, that wasn't taught to people in his class. He don't know anything about it. He doesn't know how his family, he don't know the details of how his family became so rich. He didn't know any of that stuff. He thought you just put on the costumes and you go down there and you wave to people, right? What could be simpler than that? You just go down there and give a little smile and a little wave, and everybody is going to be so happy and so glad to see you. I mean, it worked in London.
I'm sorry we can only come and give words and comfort, but we are thinking about you the whole time and we really care about what's going on. So
sometimes it's that's more than financial.
Well, if we can give you the odd smile here and there, that's important. So,
That is the future king, the one who said that you don't really think about war in Europe. You always think of Africa and Asia. That's what he said. That was a direct quote from an experienced reporter in the Royal Rota that followed them around. And then it turns out that the palace made a phone call and said, that's not what you remember, right? Well, I mean, that's what nope, that's not what he said, is it? Hold on, somebody's knocking on the door. So whoever that reporter was put the phone down and went to the door only to find dead fish. And once he saw that dead fish, he came back to the phone and said, you know what? I must have heard the wrong thing. I mean, that was incorrect. I did not hear him say that. Yeah, you're right. He didn't say that, although we know he did. So all it took was some dead fish, and he started singing a different tune. But it could have been worse. It could have been so much worse. What if he had woke up with a horse head in his bed? You know what I'm saying? If anything will make you change your tune, is waking up with a horse head in your bed. It's something about a horse head that will make you say anything that people want you to say, right? All it takes is a horse head. So could you imagine you sitting up there, you thinking, you ain't gonna tell me what to do. I heard what he said. He said you only expect to see that in Africa and Asia. And then next thing you know, you roll over and there's a horse head in the bed. And then it's just like, you know what? I don't think that was it at all. I think it was something else. Yeah, you're right. It was entirely different. He did not say that. I don't know what I was thinking. I must have misheard. And anyway, if you could send someone around here to collect this horse head, then I'll make sure I phone it in, okay? Okay. So that's how that happens. Just a little horse head, and everybody changes their mind. Now, Abigail Spencer credits Meghan Markle's loveliness as one force behind Suits' resurgence 4 years post-finale. Yes, it really comes down to Meghan. After all, Meghan was the breakaway character. They said that Meghan was supposed to have a much smaller role until they realized that there was this amazing chemistry between herself and Patrick J. Adams, who is still a friend. And so anyway, the rest, of course, is her story. In November 2023, the Duchess of Sussex called the legal drama everlasting while reacting to its wild comeback on Netflix. Did we catch a glimpse of ourselves? Did we catch a glimpse of ourselves? You see how she pulled that thing back and caught a glimpse of herself? Now, her primal instinct was fight or flight, right? Well, being Afro Annie, the first thing she did was to reach in her coat pocket and grab those knuckle dusters. You see, that's how she rolls. Afro Annie don't play. She pulled that thing back and saw that snarling face looking at her, not realizing it was her own. And the first thing she did was rear back and drop that hand in that pocket and come out with some brass knuckles. That's a reflex. You know, that's what happens when you grew up in the hood, or if you're Princess Anne. If you're Princess Anne, you don't have to grow up in the hood. It's just a natural reflex. See how she jumped back? She thought somebody was about to start something, so she jumped back. That's how she rose. She thought somebody was about to start something, and she kind of dipped back, dropped that hand in that pocket. It's a fluid motion. She dropped that hand in that pocket and come out with them brass knuckles. You ain't going to get to jump on her. You know what I'm saying? Remember, this is the woman who was nearly kidnapped, and somehow the kidnapper lost his nerves. He lost his nerves. Now, they're probably not telling the whole story, but yeah, he lost his nerves. Suddenly, he didn't think it was such a good idea. See, I was wondering why she had this look on her face. And so I have done a recreation of the reaction of catching a glimpse of herself in the looking glass. She tends to lock up real tight like that. Sometimes she drop low because, when somebody's after you, sometimes you have to cut them low. You have to drop down and swing that leg around and get their feet knocked from beneath them. And then when they hit the floor, then you start doing the windmill. So you see what I mean? She catch a glimpse of herself and suddenly her muscles lock up because she's ready to fight or flight. So if you ever see Anne out and you see she have those looks like that, then you know she's caught a glimpse of herself. Afro Annie got some fashion contacts. I found this today. I forgot about this. Taking style notes from Kate, Princess Anne cuts a glamorous figure in black opera gloves weeks after Princess of Wales' bold BAFTA look. Well, they thought Meghan was after their fashion contacts, as if, right? Well, it seems like it wasn't Meghan that was after her fashion contacts. It was Afro Annie who seemed to take fashion cues from Kate. Yeah, It was not Meghan. It was Afro Annie. So as you can see, this was a tweet. Afro Annie got some fashion contacts. You know, the Sussex squad could be real shady. You know how shady the Sussex squad could be. Anyway, you guys, it is going on 3 hours, which I said was never going to happen again. And we are just about done. So if you need to get your sleep on, go for it. Let me get to our last thought, our last word of the day. Sometimes things that break your heart end up fixing your vision. Huh? Sometimes things that break your heart end up fixing your vision. Now, I interpret that to say that sometimes you think things are going a certain way and you don't see it for what it is. Your eyes are broken. Right, Debbie? Deborah Anderson? Sometimes your eyes are broken. Sometimes your eyes are broken. And so the only way to fix them is to get your heart broken. And so that's what happened. You had to get your heart broken sometimes, but it will fix your vision. Broken eyes can lead to, broken heart, that is, can lead to fixing your vision. So I like that one. Now, that is one of the deepest things I've seen in a while. And with that, you guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. It has been a pleasure. And of course, whenever you see our king and our queen in heaven, whenever you see our queen and our flower, our princess Meghan, then you know it's time to go. So thank you so much. Thank you all for your very thoughtful and generous contributions to Royal Sussex. Let me see. Auto super chats. You can start important comments so you remember to discuss them during the super chat. Now, they added a new feature. I'm almost afraid to touch it. I better not, because I don't know what it do. I'm going to have to study that first. But anyway, thank you, Legs, Joan Lawman. Oh, wait. Legs, Joan Lawman, Helen Cole, Legs, SF, B. Martin, Majestic Sussex Report, Helen Cole, Anna Boyd, B. Martin, Shelley L., YM Droid, Lydia Abacus, let's see, B. Martin, Shelley L., Kim Truman, and YM Droid. All right. Oh, Joy Moore, you're quite welcome. Thank you so much for being here. So someone asked me if they had been a member for a long time. And of course I said, yes, you have been a very important member of Royal Sussex, probably for 2 years. So I'm going to take a look right now, and I'm going to read off the names of some of the people that have had memberships for a longer period of time. Let me see here. Again, I am so done, everyone. So if you need to get your sleep on, we are done for today. And wow, there's been a higher average of people in the live chats. It's like hovering around 1,700 every day, which is good. I'm here for it. Okay, so members. Members. Oh, there it is. There it is. I found it. So, wait, no, that's not it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So there's subscribers and then there are members. Those are people who every month contribute to Royal Sussex through their YouTube account. So rejoined 18 months ago, right? So this is someone who was here, but then they read. Oh, let me just do it like this. Let's go. 29 months, Patricio Marcel, Lisa Thomas, 29 months, Pell Prescott, Kay Costello, Joe Bopp, Church Nelly, Khalil Similane, all 29 months. Helene Gruen, 28 months. Elaine Parker, 28 months. Nikki Griffith, Nikki Griffith. Let me drink some water. Nikki Griffith, 26 months. No, 27 months. That's the only 27 months. And then there is Michelle J.M., Nithalando Niandeni, Joan Garcia, Charlotte Light, and something else. I can't make it out. It cuts off. Miranda Rios, the Green Nicks, Dorothy Ross, Kathy G, Patricia Lane, B10 Powell, Winsome Jones, Liberia Rose, Daniel Medical. These are all, when I got to B10 Powell, all of those people before were 24 months. And now the 23 months, Winsome Jones, Liberia Rose, Daniel Medical, Nicole Tanis, Margarita Taylor, Carol Lunn, Dee Dee, Lucy Hyland, Mama Jane, Golfing Mom. These are all 22 months. Brenda Crane, Corliss Holly, Dina Cardoza, Lorna Castellanos, Harlan Baker, 21 months. Adasha Butler, Geraldine White, 21 months. More 21 months. T.T. Jones, Diane Hawkins, Susie Q, 21 months. God's Child, Karen with a C, Miss D. Bernard, 21 months. Beverly McCaskill, Lorna Williams, Brown Girl, 48. Miss Caffey, all of those are 21 months. And now 20 months. 20 months. PP, H. Knight, Evelyn B., Rachel Windley, C. Mac, Luna C., Michael D. Burleson, Sandra G., Ethne Green. These are all 19 months now. Rachel Windley, Carlita Forbes, Faith Miller, Andrea Allen, Black Queen, 19 months. Annie Bennett, Brenda Phillips. These are all 18 months now. Alita Portress, Catherine Bryant, Amba, 2750, 18 months. Rositas, Ray Raquel, Jay Matt, Yvonne Clark, Jay Blogs, Gil S. All of those are 18 months. And then coming in at 17 months, we have Ronald Gilliam, Dara Edgehill, Cheryl Yo, Chef Sandy Love. These are all 17 months. Justy Siempre, Kat Harlem, 17 months. And now 16 months, we have Elaine Babb, Sagan A. Jose. Yeah, Sagan A. Jose, I think it is. Maureen. Oh, I wonder if that's Maureen, the Royal Reporter. Just kidding, certainly not. Let me see. Mary Daniels, Reba Henderson, Lou Lee, Gail Tapscott, Deidre Meinke, Lady Jack Speaks, Black Pearl, Phyllis Johnson. These are all 16 and now 15 months. Amy Girl, Connie Balmer, 15 months. Sarah Turner, Coco, Alice Turnage, 15 months. Sonia H, Phyllis Brooks, Quirky T, and who was that? Sharon Young, 15 months. Oh, should I continue, guys? There's another 116. I'm not looking at the chat, so if you all have to leave, go ahead, and good night to you, but may as well finish. All right, so continuing with the 15 months, Laura Dean Nescus, Irene Gomez, Noreen Bengali, those are all 15 months. And with 14 months is Mercedes Keys, Stephen Holmes, Kathy A., Nash Singh, Right Church, Wrong Pew, Official Lauren Brown, 14 months. Wow, that went by fast. LDSW, J Law, La Riva, Mel Will, and Mackenzie, 14 months. Now for 13 months, we have Joan Lawman, Sylvia Fielder, Tina White, and Housewalk. Yeah, Housewalk. Absent the A. They didn't put the A in there, but Housewalk. And then, of course, 12 months, we have Diamond Blue, Mary Kennedy, Zig Owl, Negsdag, Marilyn King, Ufi, okay, Wufizez GD. Okay, that's original. Thank you. Terry Crawford, Laverne Lockhart, Miss C, Beverly Poddington, Katie V, Tina Urquhart, Marsha Taylor, Manello, Marvell Walker, 11 months now, Bev Smith, Linda Danish, YM Droid, 11 months, Ingrid Soers, Marlene Williams, and now 10 months membership. Therese 1001, Carol Lunn, Dominique Toussaint, Two River Power, Powell Solilala, Humpy Kaveen. Okay, Humpy, interesting. Ken Ho, Clatrice, V. Bram, Gail Primus, TMCD. Okay, Gail Primus, 9 months. TMCD, we're going into the 9 months now. Marcy Foreman, Ellen Sibley, Pauline Bergio. This just goes to show there's a lot of people that don't comment every day. Slow burn shipper. Perlina Answer, Trina Hodges, Nurse Wife Mother, Rose Hill, Iris Harper, Pamela Gale. These are all 9 months. Leah Matthews, Coffee Bar, Aquarius Cool, and Simone Carlita, 9 months. And continuing with the 9 months, Corliss Lavelle, Esther Hardcastle, all for Success X, Leisha, 8 months. We're starting at 8 months. Jose Williams, Eva Borglund, 10. Sharon Middleton, Maya and Luna, Glizes, Aminata, Manello, Island Jen, Jenny Rock Bailey, Joanna Hong, Danspeed 1. Okay, and now the 7 months. Lynn E, Dartha Hurdle. Okay, here's one. A channel. Somebody got a channel deleted, and it looks like they're still paying. Is that possible? Huh. I mean, it's here. It says channel deleted, but they have a month membership, 7 months. Wow. Ulrich Villager, Carlene Bates, then Daniela Wooters, M. Covington, Yellow Rose 1, Yellow Rose T1, Yellow T Rose. Okay, sorry about that. Dylan Alam something, it cuts off. Lizette Zog, Penny C, Marjorie Austin, these are all 5 months now. Judy Mutasid, 5 months. And now 4 months, we have Isabella, TB, Olivia Johnson, Barbara Davis, Minxie Martin. And then for 3 months, we have Michelle Breathwaite, Grace Yancey, John Finney, Alicia Sykes. Watch when I come back, ain't gonna be nobody there. And now we're down to the last 16. With 3 months membership, Red Lady, Evelyn B., Linda Baldwin. 2 months, Amelia Rodriguez, I. Brownie, Brenda Martin, B. Martim, Susan Whitlock, Martine, Rodney Jackson, Samantha L., Bengi Lynn, 1 month. Oh, yeah, these are 1 month, by the way. 23 days, Diane Hawkins, Nellie McClung, and Valerie Black, 9 days and 8 days, respectively. Okay, so that's the 216 memberships of Royal Sussex. I'm sorry, 218 members of Royal Sussex. All right. That is very, very cool. So thank you all so much for that continued support. And thank you for all the super chats and super stickers. Connie Balmer, I just mentioned you. You had, I forgot how many months now. But yeah, so the people that you see the letter S next to their names, those are the people who have those memberships. And so, yeah, the longest membership has been 29 months. So some of you all have had to start your memberships over again, which may make it look like it's not as long, but you know who you are. Okay. And also remember, if you can't afford to do a membership, or you choose not to put your financial stuff out on different things like that. I mean, some people don't like to do stuff online like that. So totally fine. Your likes and shares and also your comments are also welcome. So thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, like I never used the what do you call that? The Zelle. And when people say, do you have Zelle? I don't use Zelle. That's like my limit right there. I don't fool with Zelle because a lot of people have had problems with it, so I don't use it. Obviously, Cash App, PayPal, and stuff like that, but not Zelle. Zelle is like, ugh, I've heard too much, and I'm just like, nah. That's they get their, they take from you differently than the other services, because it's done through your bank, through your financial institution. And if you're not paying attention and you get one of those people that are trying to grift you, you might get in trouble so much easier. And in those situations, you don't get the money back. You don't get the money back. Generally, you don't. Some people do, but you generally do not get the money back. So for that reason, I don't fool with it. Yeah, that's a little bit too close to home. You know what I mean? A little bit too close. Well, I know in some countries it doesn't work. In some countries it doesn't work because think about it, it has to go through the satellite and everything. And because of whatever restrictions they may have, it may not work. I've never had a problem with it in the US, but it is possible that some people may have problems with it. But I've never had a problem with it. I had trouble one time trying to use it overseas. That happened. I was never able to access the cash So I don't know what happened to it, but I wasn't able to use it. But then again, that was the first time I had ever used it. So might have been my fault. That's good, TB. That is very good. I feel the same way about that first one. The second one, the Venmo, I've never had a problem with it. But you guys, what's his name? The guy that does the Housewives of whatever. I forget his name, but you know, that's the one that Meghan interviewed. You know that someone got into his bank account. Someone got into his bank account. He received a text message that he thought it was from the bank. And he said, even though he has had conversations with his parents to be careful when you're dealing with stuff like that, he himself lost money because someone managed to trick him into that. And so because we're older people here, myself included, and because sometimes, you know, we could be a little careless, or, you know, we may be busy worrying about family and not feeling well, whatever the case may be, please be careful. He said, don't rush. He said, you feel, Andy Cohen, thank you so much, Pavla girl. Andy Cohen said he was hyped up and in a rush, and that is how they got him. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for being here. Now the evening is complete. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, I'm putting this out as a public service message. If you have the, what do you call it? If you have the app on your phone, make sure you look at that app first. But if somebody's calling you or they're texting you, all of a sudden you are so out of control of the situation. So generally, the bank does not call. Now, they will text things when you're expecting them to text you. But if you're not expecting a text, be careful. So they will text you like if you spend a large sum of money over your daily limit or something like that, or they'll email you, whichever. But if you have the phone app, or if you're near your bank, or if you can go on the website, if you can just go and look and see what your transactions are before you give them any information. He said that they convinced them to give his, I don't want to say password. It was something. The other thing they did was they locked him out of his phone. He realized that he wasn't getting any phone calls all day. That's because, and I don't remember the steps that they took, but they managed to get him to, they forwarded his calls to someone else. So if the bank tried to call him back or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So just be careful. Don't feel that urgency and assume that the person on the phone is there to help you. He said they kept him on the phone for like 2 hours. And that was so that they can do what they needed to do, and he wouldn't be able to stop it. Susie Mom, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you for being here. But yeah, so that's what I'm telling you guys. So if something like that comes up, and you have the least second thought, I mean, just be on alert if you're talking to your bank or any other credit card or financial institution. Go into alert mode and then try to call them with the number that's on the back of your credit card. That's it. That's how they got him. He lost his credit card. He lost his credit card, and somehow they called him And he thought that it was in response to him losing his card. And that's how it all started. So whatever number goes directly to the financial institution, find that number. If you can, get off the phone with the person you're talking to and you call the bank with the number that is on the back of your card or on your bank statement or whatever, or your credit card statement. You call them. Don't feel as though you need to hurry up and do something, because if they have already started moving money, it's probably not a lot you can do about it. So you need to talk to your bank or credit card fast. Get off the phone with the person who just called you, right? Because chances are, if you lost your card, the first number you call is not going to be the perpetrator or the grifter or the con person, right? It's not going to be that person. It will be the number that comes with your statement or your credit card or whatever. But they managed to get him to switch the call. They actually, I don't know how they did that, but they forwarded his calls. And they even gave him, oh gosh, what did they do? It was something they sent him, and he repeated the numbers to them. And that he got locked out of his bank account. And he got locked out of his, and it was a large sum of money, you guys, a large sum of money. I mean, he makes a lot of money. It was a large sum of money. And he kept saying that the worst thing is I'm telling other people about it. I should have known better. And they still managed to get him. Connie Bomber! Thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex and being a longtime member of Royal Sussex. You bring out the cowbell in me. By the way, I love my cowbell. But yes, thank you, Connie Bomber. So anyway, that's what I'm telling you guys. Just be careful. And yes, and that's thank you for saying that, TB. I meant to go and get a RFID wallet or card holder to protect your cards. And what TB is talking about, there's a shield. So if somebody walks up and use one of those scanners to access your credit card, while it's in your wallet or in your pocket or your purse, there's a way to get a reader that can take the RFID, which is radio frequency ID for that card. Radio frequency, I think, is identification or something. But RF is radio frequency, because that chip emits a radio signal. And that is how you can just tap for this and tap for that. But if you don't want to buy a new wallet, you can actually get a little card case. It looks like cardboard, and I'm sure it looks like what it is, but it also has the material necessary to block the radio signal. So you can get that, and it will fit your card perfectly, and you can get them in different colors. They have a variety pack. Let me see if I can find the picture. They have them at Amazon, and it was actually on my wish list, and someone was nice enough to get it for me. I'll show you what it looks like. Let me see. RFID card holder. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Perfect. And you know what? You'll have enough of them to pass them out to your family. So I'm going to take a screenshot and show it to you. But you'll have enough of them to share, which is what I did. I shared a few of mine. And you could actually test it to make sure that it works just by going to any card reader. Like the next time you go to the grocery store. Okay. So just remember, you guys, be very, very, very careful with your financial information. At the end of the day, any of us, and I do mean any of us, could be had, but don't make it easy for the criminals. Don't make it easy for them. I mean, Andy Cohen, they got Andy Cohen. So this is it right here. Let me take this from the background so you can see it clearly. Those are like little cardboard cases. Best way to protect your cards from electronic theft. Durable, lightweight, and compact design that fits any pocket or purse. And so you can have the different colors for your different cards, right? And that way you can just easily access the card that you need without, pulling all of them out in the first place. So let's say if you got 4 cards, you got 4 different colors that you can put in your purse. And that way you can keep your cards protected, or you can just buy a wallet or purse that has it already baked into it. So that is an option if you just need something and it would make you feel safe. It would give you peace of mind. You can just drop your cards in there and then drop it inside your wallet. Now, I'm not sure if it fits into, slots that are specifically made for cards. I don't know if it'll fit in those. But if you have like a looser wallet or something like that, then definitely it'll fit. But that is just an option. And if you have one card that's more important than the other, then just make sure you put that card. And that way, and also, you see how it's got the bright colors? Let's say you're looking down in your purse, and let's say your vision is not the greatest. With that bright band at the top of it, it'll be very easy to find. So, and when you pick it up, it's not going to drop out because you know which side is up. So yeah, try that. And it's very inexpensive. You can get, 12 of them for $10. 12 of them. $12 for peace of mind. And they got different kinds. They have little small leather cases, little small card cases that you can buy. But the technology is there. It will protect you from problems like that. Let's see. Reba Henderson says, be very careful at ATMs. $800 was stolen from me last year from a Bank of America ATM. It was resolved, but it was crazy. Yeah, it feels very invasive, right? It feels very, very invasive when something like that happens. So, thank you, Lydia. Lydia has put that there, the official Royal Sussex wish list. Now, remember, no one is obliged to buy anything off the Royal Sussex wish list, but it is fun for me because I get the surprise of seeing something that I didn't know was coming. Like right now, I think I have something that someone sent me and I have no idea what it is. And it's like Christmas in January. So can't wait. Probably will get it next week. But it is fun. I'm looking for my account, right? There we go. But yeah, so that is one of the things that you can do. So just remember, do not rush. Do not feel a overwhelming sense of urgency if somebody contacts you and say, hey, this is the bank, such and such is happening. Hang up. Don't ask them for the number. Hang up and then call your bank. If there's a problem, whoever answers that phone should know about it or should send you to the right department. Keep a pen handy and then go to work, because as they say, the bad guy only has to get it right one time. You have to be right every time to avoid disaster, which is a lot of pressure, but unfortunately it is necessary. You can ruin your whole vacation. There was a content creator who his wife, he and his wife, they are rich. They're rich. And, he does a YouTube channel part-time. They were on vacation And fortunately, they had other means, to support themselves while they're on vacation, but somebody got them really good. And that was just because they had a lot of their personal information. And I don't know if it was ever resolved, but they got them. They got them, and they were on vacation, which is just like the worst place to be, is away from home and having to resolve stuff like that over the phone. You don't even have the ability to go into a bank. So, Susie, Mom, you're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. I mean, it's just, as I say, we have to look out for each other. When you're an older person, and you know other older people, sometimes we can get ourselves in a situation, and the older you are, the more possible that is to happen. So you have to just hear certain things and retain it and have a plan of action so you can hit the brakes when the time comes, because otherwise they look forward to you looking the wrong way, and then they take advantage of you. So we don't want that to happen. And when they rush and try to get you to hurry up and do something, like anything else in life, I hate to be rushed because I don't want to miss something, especially when there's something important involved. So it's a discipline, sometimes to make yourself stop instead of trying to accommodate the other person who may possibly be ripping you off. Andy Cohen thought the person was there to help him. And that's what was so stunning about it. I'm like, if they can get Andy Cohen, that little slick hustler, who else can they get? Here he is living in New York, and he thought he had it all covered, and, but he dropped his card, and somehow they got a hold of his phone number, and that is where the nightmare began. And it never dawned on him, if I'm telling the story right, it never dawned on him that he should be the one talking directly to the bank, not them calling him. So, and then also he said he could have just gone into a bank branch, but it was either the weekend or he was stuck on the phone because this smooth talking person, and what they did was they wired money from his account. They wired money from his account into other accounts. And it, a money wire, that happens so fast. So just a little reminder, remember not to feel rushed. Do not let them take advantage of you with fear tactics and urgency. Try to get away from them and call the financial institution yourself with a number that you search for. And lastly, I'll just leave you with this. Some people actually have created accounts on Google or whatever that looks like it is from this institution or that institution. But if there's grammatical errors, that's the first sign that it's not. Also, if you don't look at the complete, link, then you wouldn't know that it's not the actual things. So that's another thing that they have. So just whatever you do, make sure you're using your app on your phone, which is a good place to start, and then try to get in touch with them like that, or with the numbers that comes with the, your statements and stuff. And that should keep you out of trouble. Okay, so we're good. I need to clean this humidifier and get it going because it is so dry in here. So I'm going to rinse that thing out with some vinegar because it's been sitting too long. Not good to have stagnant water. So I'm going to clean that out and get it up and running again because I am getting a bad case of dry throat and chapped lips. But fortunately, I have something for the dry throat. Connie Balmer sent me enough Ricola to last the entire winter. Now that is a great gift. Ricola, love it. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, moderators, for keeping this a safe space. And thank you all for making this channel 50,000 subscribers. I am just blown away. Oh, how do I get this off of here? Oh my God, 3.5 hours. How did that happen? I just looked and it was like 2 hours and 46 minutes, right? Oh, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. I promise you, I don't know how that happened. Let me see here. Oh, thank you for saying that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. When I say app, I definitely mean the one on your phone. Yeah, I don't know that those are ever not the right ones, but yeah, definitely your phone app. Not, yeah, the ones on the computer, I can't speak for those, but I usually use the one on my phone. Oh, thank you so much for that, Reba Henderson. That's good to know. Yeah, and you know, and sometimes Target, you know, any of these financial institutions can have problems, but Target seems to have, you know, they have, I don't know how many times they had that big announcement about a breach of some sort. So, you're welcome, Judy Matassa. Thank you for being here tonight. Yes, Lydia, definitely. Yeah, and if you have older parents, you know, make sure you talk to them. Got to hit the brakes, got to pump those brakes, because scammers like to move fast. But yeah, if I can find a link for that Andy Cohen interview, I will share it with you, where he spoke about that, where he got scammed. I could not believe it. I think it was on the Today Show. I could not believe it. I'm like, Andy Cohen? Let me see here. I'm going to find it. Andy Cohen, Today Show, scam, maybe? Oh, yeah. Andy Cohen recounts ordeal of losing money in elaborate scam. Do you all want to listen to it together? I mean, I'll put the link, but if you all want to hang out and listen to it together, we can. I don't mind. Let me put the link on the community tab. I'll put that there first, so that way you'll have it to watch. Oh, and you can share it too. And yeah, so if y'all want to hang out, I'm gonna just put it on. It's it looks like it's about 8 minutes long. Is it? Yeah, it's about 8 minutes long. So you got 8 minutes. Okay, give me a second here. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. So remember, I'm done, you guys. We're going to just listen to Andy Cohen. A couple of more comments, and then we're out of here.
We are back with our good friend Andy Cohen, and this morning he has a really important message about the dangers of imposter scams.
Okay, Andy became a victim when his bank accounts were hacked, and of course, Andy's not by himself. Imposter fraud has been the most reported scam for years.
Yeah, so it happens when a scammer pretends to be someone else, like a government or, in Andy's case, a bank employee, to steal a victim's money or personal information. More than 600,000 cases were reported in the U.S. last year. It cost Americans $2 billion. Andy, good morning.
Morning.
It's sort of like Andy, how we haven't seen him. When we're
know.
like, Andy's coming on to talk about getting
I know we want to talk about the Salt Lake City reunion
Yeah, we
last
do.
night, but this is serious, and I really don't want this to happen to anyone, which is why I want to talk to you about
So you
it.
started off, you just lost your bank
I
card.
lost my bank card.
Yeah.
Fine. Reported it lost. The next day, I get an email that looked like it was from my bank's fraud alert.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Because I had lost my card, I was like, oh, this must be real. I didn't click on the email address. You need to click on the email address, even though it may say the name of your bank. If you click on it, you can see that it's not at betyourbank.com.
Yeah.
It's from something else. I didn't check. I clicked the link, which took me to my bank page. They asked me to sign in. I signed in. What I did there was give these scammers access to my account. They then asked me for my Apple ID. No one will ever ask you for your Apple ID. I said, this is a scam. I got off. I didn't think anything of it.
Okay.
I had already given them access. The next day, I get a text. Someone's trying, it looks like it's from my bank. Someone's trying to use your credit card at X place. Is this you? No. I type.
Click, yeah.
The phone rings. Again, the caller ID says it's from my bank. I pick it up. They say, this is X fraud alert. I said, yes, that's not me making that charge. Now, because I had given these hackers access to my account, they said to me, we want to go through some of your past charges and see if these are yours. Did you charge this? Yes, that was me. Did you charge this? Yes, that was me. So now I'm in. And they're like, we're going to send you some codes. Tell us what we send you. What they were doing then, they sent me 3 codes. They were initiating wire transfers out of my bank account.
Oh my gosh.
I think I'm on with my bank. And they were so good. Whoever you are, I hate you, but you are very good at your job.
So you sent the codes.
I'm telling them the codes over the phone.
And the codes are authorizing money being wired.
Texting me, authorizing these transfers. They then did something so nuts. And I'm on the phone with them for a long time. And I had told the woman, wow, I got this email yesterday. I realized it was fraud when they asked for my Apple ID. The woman said, we would never ask for your Apple ID.
Oh my
God. She's the scammer.
You're my friend. You're my friend. Thanks for protecting me. They then say, we want you to get your keypad up on your phone. Put these numbers in. I do it, and I don't understand what's happening. For 1 second, something flashes on my phone. I happen to take a screenshot of it because I was like, this is weird. I said, it says caller forwarding activated or something. She goes, just dismiss that. That's what came up on my phone. That's the screenshot. It activated call forwarding. What that did was, I was on the phone for an hour with this woman. I got off. And what happened is when the bank called me to ask me if I was doing these wires, because they call you to say they were sizable wire transfers, the calls had been forwarded to the
scammer.
This is so elaborate.
It is, but I consider myself a smart, functioning member of society.
Yeah,
right?
you're not falling for the easiest scam, but they were so
How did you learn that they were taking money out of your
So
account?
it seemed odd. And I called my bank fraud after that because they had said to me, we're going to call you back in a half an hour. They never called me back. And so I was like, this is weird. And I kept leaving things for the bank to call me back. They weren't calling me back. The calls were being forwarded to these people. My phone was silent all night. I said, you know what? I'm just going to go into my bank the next day. I went into the bank. We were going through it. They said, oh, these wires were initiated. When
did your heart sink?
Yes. When money is wired out of your account, it's gone. The people have closed the account. This is an active case with the NYPD cyber security unit. But it's very easy to fall prey to.
Can I just say, I know you don't want to give a dollar figure.
Yes.
But it was
enough
significant.
that I'm on the Today Show talking about
Yeah,
it.
right.
It's nothing that, listen, I'm not proud of this,
No.
but it's enough that I really want to share it. I've taken my family through it. I'm always warning my parents, Mom and Dad, be careful. If someone calls, don't give any information. But here it happened to me, and I just don't want it to happen to anyone else. Trust no one who calls you. Say, I will call you back.
I'll call you back.
Or get your bank card and say, I'm going to call the number on my back of my bank. Even better, go to your bank yourself.
And you didn't call the number because you didn't have your card because you had lost your card.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
And I also thought, well, this woman's trying to help me. She was very good at her job. She sounded like my advocate.
Yeah.
And she had access to my account,
right? And
which I had stupidly
when
given
she
them.
said never give your Apple ID to anybody, you were probably like,
I was
thank
like,
you,
yes,
lady.
you're right. And she's saying this person is trying to charge your card. Do you want to prosecute them? My bank said we would never ask that. We automatically prosecute anyone who's tampering with your account.
So some things that you can do. You can check the email address. That's number one.
Check the email address.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Click on it always. When you get a text, when you get a call, don't get sucked into the urgent moment of it. Like, you need to do this right now.
Right.
Take a breath and just go to your bank or call the number on the back of your card.
Yeah.
Have it handy. Nothing needs to happen now. A lot of times these people call and say, time is of the essence. You have to do this now. Oh, let me get my information. Let me get it for you. Don't do that.
Wow.
Andy, I can't believe it. And again, it's like you're not you're sophisticated.
I do. And by the way, you get emails all the time from, this is Netflix, your account is in jeopardy, whatever. And you click on it and you see, oh, this is not Netflix. This is a very weird email address.
It's the fact that you lost your debit card. You're like, oh, that track.
Exactly. I was like, oh, there must be fraud. I think it was pure coincidence.
Wow.
I think.
Wow, Andy, I'm so glad you came on to talk about this.
Me too. I hope people listen and just be calm, take a breath.
Love it.
Yes.
You helped someone today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Next time we'll talk about the housewives.
Yes. Salt Lake reunion.
Okay. So there you heard it. It's that urgency that is the enemy. When they tell you gotta do it, you gotta do something really fast, or XYZ is gonna happen. That is one of the ways they get you, is they have you all rattled and agitated and rushing to fix it. And, if something has gone terribly wrong, it's probably already over with. They've already gotten what they wanted. If you get that situation like that, they still need something from you. And that is, that was it, very orchestrated. And to think that he's thinking he's getting in contact with the bank, he's calling them at the last number they called him, and he's just calling them back again. Wow, that blew my mind. It really did. But it is a great cautionary tale. So, like he said, take a deep breath. Don't feel rushed, and then go and find a alternative means to contact the institution yourself, the financial institution, or better yet, go to the bank and sort it out in person. And that's the safest thing to do. They found his card, and if your name is very specific or particular, and they email that person, and they don't have anything to lose by wondering, is that you, is that not you? Especially when you respond and everything, then they know they got you. So okay, so that's it. Thank you so much. Love you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. And yes, thank you, Crouching Chicken, Hidden Egg. Any links you're not familiar with, you're not sure of it, don't click on it. Do not click on it. That could start a whole boatload of things. My aunt has this problem where she keeps getting these alerts about having, what is that? storage issues or it's spam. And, you know, they're saying that you're going to run out of storage and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, she has so much storage on her phone. There's no way that she'll ever go through that much storage in a lifetime. So I told her that don't do anything with those. One of the things I do when something comes up and I can't get out of it and I don't want to click on it, I turn the phone off and turn it back on again. If there's no way to get out of it without clicking on something that just popped up, I turn the device off. I'll turn it off if I have to, rather than to click on it. So that's one of the things I do. But yeah, sometimes there are some very clever things that pop up, those pop-ups that you can't seem to get out of it. But that whole idea that you're running out of storage, you could easily go and look at how much storage you have left on your device instead of taking their word for it. You can just go look yourself. So yeah, they no matter what happens, they always seem to stay a step ahead. But like I said, don't make it easy for them. Do not make it easy for them. Oh, let's see. Joy Moore says, got a professional out there. Got to be careful. Google got me before I got my money back from my bank. Oof. Okay. Yeah, Reba Henderson says they know you're scared, so they use that to steal. Well, Marion, you know, definitely Camilla is going to have everything settled. She's going to have everything tied in a neat bow so that her kids are definitely going to come up before Charles goes down into the vault with his parents. She's definitely going to have all of that tied up, because just imagine if you're Camilla, you got to be wondering if Charles goes first, how much of what Charles puts together is William going to try to undo? You know what I mean? Because, you know, William has no love for that side of things. And he is definitely going to go and clean house when he gets the chance to. Because William is very petulant, and who knows what he'll get up to. I mean, this is the guy who put out a statement the day after the coronation saying, when I'm king, when I'm king, I'm like, you know, your father just had his coronation. Yeah, when I'm king, I'm like, okay. Looks strange, but okay. Absolutely, Connie Bomber. Got to spread the word. Okay. Let me see, what else is this? They will also say they are from the electric company, and you qualify for a rebate, a discount, or a promotion. Yeah, I tell them really fast, don't help me. And you know, sometimes when they have those, what do they call those? You know, when they're trying to, what is it? The warranty, the car warranty thing. Oh my God, that's the worst. That is the worst, is that warranty, because they just keep calling. They just keep calling. Oh, sorry about that. Marion, I don't think that would be possible. I don't think that would be possible. I mean, the part about if Charles could work something out with them. I don't even think that'd be possible. I mean, he and Charles may never be close again. I'd be surprised if they do. I don't know what's wrong with Charles. I mean, having gone through so much with his own mother, you would think he would know better. That he would do better, but he doesn't. He's doing almost the same thing, just as cold and aloof, and he knows how his parents treated him. You would think he would do things differently, right? But not. I mean, look at how Charles treated his own kids. And Harry is not taking that generational pain into his marriage or into his family or into the rest of his life. He is fixing what has been wrong for generations. Charles hasn't done anything different, and he's not going to do anything different. And from all accounts, William seems to be cut from the same cloth, where he is going to be very selfish about things. I was thinking, though, you guys, with all seriousness, I was thinking, with everything else that is going on with Kitty, I mean, let's face it, she's a mom. She is a mom. And her children are being made into these public figures, and there's nothing she can do about it. That's gotta hurt. Your children are being what is the word I'm looking for? They have become a commodity for the tabloid media. There was a magazine or newspaper, whatever. Didn't I see a magazine that had Charlotte on the cover? Was the article somehow making it sound like she's in competition with her mother? God, that's gotta hurt. If I was a parent to a child that was in the public like that, I would be sick on the inside day after day. It has to be gut-wrenching. And the press, they don't care about those kids. Those kids are going to make them money. And there's nothing that Kate can do about it. There's nothing William can do about it. They are going to want access. And if you know what's good for you, you better make sure that we have access. The way those kids look when they stare into the camera, they're trying to act natural. They're going through all of the training, all of the rehearsal, and they have to perform. Your children are now performers in the Royal Circus. If that's not enough to make you sick, I don't know what would. I don't know what else would make you sick in this world besides knowing that your kids are not even yours and that they have to perform. That cannot be easy. Mean girl or not, that cannot be easy. And she has no control over it. Deep, ain't it? That is very deep. But I was thinking about that today. I was like, wow. If I had to let my children go out and be exploited by the media of all people, the same media that compared Archie to a chimpanzee, right? The same media that was angry because Meghan didn't do the pose at the Lindo wing, right? Those people. What do you think of that? That's enough to make you sick. Okay. And with that thought, we'll talk about that again, but that's just a thought I had. What it must be like knowing that your kids are not even yours. They belong to the people. They belong to the institution, and they belong to the press. And you had better give us access. Otherwise, you may not get those nice headlines that you expect. Okay. All right. Now, somehow we are going on 4 hours, and I'm fixing to get out of here. Let me see. Helen Stevens, thank you so much for the Cash App. Yes. Where's my bell? Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Helen Stevens. Julie Matasis says, Harry spoke on it in Spare. He wanted to protect them. Yep. And what did William say? That's none of your business. I'll worry about my kids. You worry about yours. Uh-huh. And Harry is a very empathetic person. He is watching this play out from afar, right? He knows what's happening to those kids. He's watching it unfold. And all of this pressure, along with that, with those kids, I'm pretty sure that is getting the better of both Willie and Kitty. I'm sure that's getting the better of them. And now, with so much more extra added pressure in this digital age, but they ran the Sussexes away. They ran them away. And now that they've made up their bed, they have to lie in it. Apparently, they are talking about X posting fake information about Taylor Swift that just hit 47 million people. A robocalls lying on Biden about voting. The enemy is busy. Wow. Yeah, X is vulnerable at this point because now that Musk is in charge, they have lowered the actually they get rid of a lot of employees. The people that were supposed to protect the public from certain things are no longer there. Yeah. So much for an open and free society. Thank you for that. I'm going to look out for it. Let me see. Mumbles. Oh, I'm sorry. Mumbles is a mom, as a woman, mom, and human being. She should have been sympathetic to Meghan's plight. Instead, she engaged in the hate. She helped to push Meghan to the brink of self-harm. Yeah. And she benefited from it. And we can't forget that she directly benefited. Every time that they tore down Meghan, it elevated her stature. So, like Meghan was saying, do we have to always do that with women, tear down one to build up the other? Unfortunately, that is the way of the world. Western industrialized nations are rich only because they keep other nations poor. And that's a fact. That is a fact. They have to undermine and underbid and low wage and everything so that we can have $15 jeans that really should cost way more money. That's why we have disposable fashions, because of cheap labor. Somebody's got to lose so that the other one could win. Some people don't believe in the principle of cooperation and community. Some people won't accept it. They feel like you have to tear the other one down. Karma. Yes, the karma train. Well, you guys, I was just sharing a little thought I had today. I was thinking about that. Whatever anybody thinks of Kate, she's still a mom, and she's a mom that has no control over her children. None. Those children are the property of the state, and they are they are, what is it? Charles is their custodian. Yeah, Charles is the custodian of those children. Even Willie has to do what Charles says because Charles is the custodian. You know, I didn't really think about it, but someone was saying earlier that the Sussexes had to pretend like they were on vacation just to get away. And I didn't even think about that, but it's true. They had to pretend like they were on vacation before they could get away. They had to get themselves and Archie out of the country before they made it clear that we're not coming back. Let that bake in for a minute, or should I say, let that sink in. They had to pretend that they were on vacation to get away free and clear. Very deep, isn't it? We're getting too deep at this hour, you guys. So I'm going to go. I hope I haven't given you too much to think about. But yeah, I'm going to go. But we're getting very deep at this hour. But I just, you know how they keep saying, watch Montecito, watch Montecito. No, watch Kensington Palace. Because there's going to be some big changes coming up. All is not what it appeared to be, but we've been knowing that for a while. We are all aware of it. Yes, they pulled a Katie Holmes. Thank you, TV. They pulled a Katie Holmes. Yes, in a loud, clear voice. Well, we're going on vacation. When will you be back? Soon. Very soon. But we're going on vacation. Well, Connie Balmer, you know that the sovereign, if you're in that top 10 in the line of succession, you don't have custody of your kids. Officially, under English law, the custody of those children belong to the sovereign. So Charles, because Lily and Archie are in the line of succession, Charles is actually their legal custodian over there. Charles is the legal custodian. Princess Diana had to ask permission to take her kids out of the country. It was all planned and organized. It was nothing spontaneous about it. And that's the law. If you're in that top tier of succession, then you don't really have to say. Yep. But you know what would really cause them to have a meltdown? If Harry is seen at a polling place. Harry may be the first member of the royal family to ever vote in an election. If he becomes a citizen, he may be the first member of the royal family to vote in an election. There's going to be a lot of firsts with Harry. There's already been a few. There's going to be a few more coming up. Oh, Joy of more. You guys are on top of it. That's why she left some clothes behind. Yep. Yeah, you don't just quit the mob, Connie Balmer. You can't just quit the mob or the firm. You don't just quit the firm. Yeah, Archie's number 6. Lily is 7. And that sick old man is number 8. And was it Beatrice or Eugenie? Number 9. Yeah, it could get very, very ugly. It could get very ugly with that family. And I don't worry about Charles as much as I would worry about William. I don't worry about Charles as much as I worry about William. Okay. Well, you guys, this has gotten very deep very fast, but I must admit, I was thinking about it and I wanted to share it to hear what your thoughts were. But yeah, Kate's a mom and her kids have become state property, a commodity. And because they are, the Wells kids, they have that extra added pressure from the press in this digital age. And maybe that's just like the best or the worst, depending on how you look at it. That is the best or the worst karma of them all. Because what else makes you feel more vulnerable than someone coming after your kids? I don't think it's my imagination. Didn't I see a magazine that had Charlotte on the cover? I don't like it. I really, really don't like it. I am afraid for those kids. I mean, let me see. Where's that photo? Let me find that photo. Let me see here. Where is it? Where is it? This one. Look at how callously he just walks up to the car and snaps a photo. Now, they have asked for privacy from this alleged so-called possible surgery. Why would you just walk up to the car and snap a picture? If you didn't see the person get in the car, it wasn't meant for you to see the person. He just walks up and takes the picture. Iris, I promise you, I'm fixing to go. We got on some deep topics, but I'm fixing to go. Oh, okay. Let me see. What was the comment? Oh, no. Yeah, certainly not. You're right. Absolutely not. Certainly not. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the case. It's only the monarch, not Willie. Oh, I tell you, I'm not even a subject, but I'm scared. I'm scared for when Willie gets on the throne. I'm afraid of what it means for the Sussexes, because if he's that terrible now, what kind of nightmare is he going to be once he got the keys to the kingdom? What kind of nightmare is he going to be? I'm hoping that something happens between now and that day. I hope something happens that will calm things down, because as much as we celebrate the fact that the Sussexes are away from all of that, there's still, especially if he's flagrant and careless, there's so much trouble that he can cause, Willie Leaks. And the thing is, he doesn't care about the consequences. Like a sociopath, he has no concern about the consequences, and he doesn't care who gets hurt. Yeah, Charlotte is the spare. They changed that primogeniture, so before it was the male line first, but that's all changed. Now is who's ever born next. Most houses of royal families in Europe, if not all of them, have done that. I don't know about the principalities, but I do know for the kingdoms, I think all the kingdoms in Europe has changed to whichever is born first gets the throne. Now, they say that if there's ever a time when there's not a prince for Monaco, that Monaco goes back to France. That if there's no head of state for Monaco, then France will take it over. I think I heard that years ago. Wow, Grace Kelly has a black grandson. Grace Kelly has a black grandson. I'm only sorry that Grace Kelly's father didn't live to see his great grandson with his little twist of braids. Not his grandchildren? Of course not. Let me see. See, Martine, I'm not just a pretty face. I'll be learning some stuff here and there. And you all thought I was just a pretty face. But I'll be reading little stuff here and there. Oh. If it comes to it, R. Erickson, if it comes to it, let's keep that one on the table. Let's not dismiss that one. We'll keep that one on the table. Okay, y'all, I'm fixing to go. What time is it? It's been 4 hours, so I'm fixing to go. I have read my last comment. Yeah, poor Louis. You know, I was looking at the news one day, and I heard the reporter say, I like Louis. I can't wait to see Louis. I was like, oh God, they're doing it. They're doing it. Here we go. They're doing it. I can't wait to see Louis. Here we go. Elaine says, if William ever becomes king, he will only have control over his future grandchildren. He will not have any guardianship rights over his nephew or niece. God, I hope not. I hope not. The only thing I could think of is that if they're ever over there, that they would try to set up some scenario where they can't leave. Not that they want the kids, but just to be spiteful. That's the only thing that concerns me. Now, I have to tell you, if something like that ever happens, oh boy, the special relationship will be definitely strained by that. Not that they would be successful. I'm just saying if they ever tried it. If they ever tried something like that, that special relationship, as they call the United States and the United Kingdom, that will definitely be tested at that point. It will definitely be tested. You belong to me. Tell her you were fooling. You belong to me. You know that just triggered that song. You belong to me. You don't have to prove to me you're beautiful to strangers. 'Cause I got loving eyes of my own, You belong to me. Oh man, I didn't listen to that song the last time. Thank you, Patricia Joan Blessman. Let me see. Elaine Parker says, you're right there, Baron. I don't think they would bring the children over here. William is not to be trusted. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't trust him. You know, when Meghan said she had those feelings come across her, she worded things, I believe, in a very deliberate way. Understand? She worded things very deliberately. She said what she needed to say, and she worded everything very deliberately, because there are elements there that are very spiteful and very vengeful. If stripping the Sussexes of security doesn't tell you everything you need to know, which of course is history repeating. That's what they did to Diana. They stripped her of security. And you have the royal reporters like that. Who's that one with the piranha face I can't stand? The one that said that Camilla's going to get exactly what she got coming or whatever. Oh, yeah, and she's going to get it. And this Saturday, she's going to get it. That one. I'm telling you, the way she sits on television and lies and lies and lies, like she lied and said that Diana said that Camilla was okay. If she would lie about something like that, what else would she not lie about? What would she not lie about? They have been rewriting Diana's story for years, rewriting her story. And William, the big dum-dum, he goes on television and throws his mother under the bus. He silenced his own mother by saying that the BBC and Martin Bashir is the reason why their parents were, their relationship was strained, and put more space between them. He tried to blame the BBC and Martin Bashir, not the tabloids, especially not the one that he is in bed with. No, he blamed the BBC, the news agency that the tabloids would love to get rid of. Every day, the tabloids are doing everything they can to undermine the confidence that people have in the BBC. Now, the BBC is doing enough of that themselves by placating and dancing and around with the royal family by doing their bidding. But, okay, that doesn't help at all. But still, they are the most trusted news agency in the United Kingdom. A trust that I don't think they deserve any longer, but still, they're not the worst of the worst. And William, with that speech, Jeannie Bond, oh yes, the piranha face, Jeannie Bond, thank you, Elaine Parker, big liar. Anyway, they don't want people to have confidence. It's just like when Donald Trump tells those lies. Andrea Mitchell, was it Andrea Mitchell? No, it was Leslie Stahl. Leslie Stahl, 60 Minutes, American 60 Minutes, not that garbage that they got down under, but the real 60 Minutes, the first 60 Minutes, one of the longest running television programs in television history. Leslie Stahl asked Donald Trump, why do you lie so much? You know that's not true. Why do you do that? Why do you always badmouth the press? He said, because when you tell people things about me, they're not going to believe you. So he bashes the media so that when the media tells the truth, nobody will believe them. So Donald Trump doesn't always lie. That one, he told the truth by challenging the authority, by challenging the credibility with fake news. By doing that, Donald Trump has programmed his constituents, his followers, his voters, supporters, to doubt anything that anybody says about him. It worked. It worked. And it doesn't matter that the majority of the people do not believe him. The only thing that matters is that there's enough to get the Electoral College to get him in the White House. He doesn't care what people think about him. He doesn't have feelings to hurt. It's all about winning. It's not how you get there. It's about winning. The win is the point. Pain and inflicting pain on people is also important, but winning is everything. Mario Pena, Mario's here. Where are you? Hey, Mario. They won't let me go. I keep telling them I gotta go, but they keep thinking of stuff to talk about. So I'm fixing to go because I've been on here for almost 4.5 hours. Let me see here. Okay. Well, I think that'll do it. Did we do the Ginger Avenger yet? Did we do the Ginger Avenger? Let me see. William has beat Harry and pushed him in that dog bowl. Yeah, he tried to stuff Harry into a doggy dish. Oh, yeah. Could you imagine? Okay. Well, I think that'll do it. So I'm fixing to go, and I will see you all tomorrow, no matter how interesting this is. But it has almost been 4.5 hours. Yes, thank you. Cookies and Cream says, please stay safe, pray, don't peg, and hydrate. Yeah, I know. It just seems to go on, doesn't it? Got interesting, though, you know. That's why Archie was never with them each time they returned to Salty Island. Plus, they have not forgotten what happened in the room Archie was supposed to be sleeping in. Here, here. Yep, you can't trust them. And the Met Police, I'm telling you, I had these very how do I put it? I wanted to believe so much that everything was so much better and different in the United Kingdom, and that they really protected people's rights and best interests. Um, it's like I just thought things would have been more established, only to find out, it's just like going to certain states here in the United States. There's certain places I feel very insecure. Like driving through Indiana, that one always alarms me. I hate driving through Indiana, Tennessee. And it's just that old mentality, of the old days when Black people used to drive straight through the night so that they wouldn't have to stop along the way. I still think about stuff like that, and I'm just being paranoid. However, 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, right? Or 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Keep your hands at 10 and 2. Take your hat off. Try not to make eye contact. And hopefully they'll leave you alone. Use the cruise control. Don't speed. Don't speed. And hopefully you'll be all right. All right? All right. Legs, they are holding me. They won't let me go. I keep telling them I got to go, and they just keep talking and talking. Well, Elaine, if they could just get those Tories out of there. The Tories have been hanging on for so long. And then, of course, you have the, what's his name, who's like a Tory at heart. But it's this whole Western conservative movement, the whole fear of others. And, I've had some amazing times in the UK, and anybody who wanted to go there, do go. You will have a great time. The museums are free. You can go to the National Portrait Gallery, is free. All the museums are free. Special exhibits are not, but generally the admission is free. The Victoria and Albert Museum, love that place. It's like Granny's attic, isn't that what they call it? Granny's cellar or whatever, because it's just loaded with treasures from, centuries of treasures. And it's cool. It's a lot of fun there. I enjoyed it. I took a lot of photos too. One of these days I'll do that. I will share my photos from the Victoria and Albert Museum. Very interesting little thingamabobs or thingamajigs and little bric-a-brac and, different stuff, statues, all that. Very interesting place. Good night, you all. Haha. Good night, Baron. Wrap it up. Otherwise, I'm going to laugh for a long time because you're still talking 3 hours down the track. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm fixing to go. Also, I need to eat something. I'm kind of hungry. Something light, I suppose. I'll probably be up tonight working on some stuff. We'll see. Well, mysteriously, and what is that I always say? Mysteriously in a tunnel in Paris. Yeah, that has still not been explained properly. Untimely, mysteriously in a tunnel in Paris. Frightening stuff. The lengths that people would go through. Power, the ultimate aphrodisiac, power. Okay, it is time to close it out. And I think Madam Duchess will be a good way to end it. You know what? I took a nap earlier. Hey, official Lauren Brown. They are holding me hostage here. I can't get off the thing. But yeah, I took a nap because while I was prepping, I got so tired. You know, it's been raining here for days. And I got really, really sleepy. And so I actually took like a power nap about 20 minutes, but I woke up refreshed. So glad I did that. Love will keep us together. Think of me, babe, whenever some sweet talking girl comes along, singing her song. Look into your heart and you got to be strong. You better stop, 'cause I really love you. Stop, I've been thinking of you. Look in your heart and let love keep us together. Whatever. I will be there to something. Okay, I'm getting punchy. I'm sitting here with my eyes closed, which means that I'm tired. So I'm fixing to go for real. Say goodnight to what's her name? Sarah Vine. Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to. That is either Sarah Vine or it might be Harvey Firestein. I can never tell them apart. Harvey Firestein or Sarah Vine. When the only sound on the empty streets are the heavy treads of the heavy feet that belongs to a lonesome cop, I open shop. When the moon so long has been gazing down on the wayward ways of this wayward town, that a smile becomes a smirk, I go to work. Love for sale. Appetizing young love for sale. Love that's fresh and still unspoiled. Love that's only slightly soiled. Love for sale. Oh, man. You know things are going south when I start singing like Harvey Firestein. All right. So it is 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 46 seconds. So we're going to end on a nice, even 4 hours and 30 minutes. And I will see you all tomorrow. And remember, come for vacation, stay for reparations.